on the line. So many possibilities. What is your focus on?
No, it's going to be a crazy last day, I think, and we have done all the calculations, and probably the first goal is to win. Last 2 days obviously did not go away, but still waiting to fight it out all out. I mean, today we fight everything, yeah. We give everything.
There's a birthday in the camp. Raunak Sadhwani has his birthday. The team would want to give him the gift of winning this one.
Definitely, and I think he's also keen to show up today and have a good day himself. But yeah, yes, that's a emotion in the group.
All the best for today's game.
Thank you. Thanks.
Srinath, big day for your team as well. Firstly, you all can pay spoilers for the other teams. Secondly, the number 3 spot. What are the thoughts?
We had several close games. So I feel inevitably if we keep playing the way we did, inevitably the luck has to be on the right side of us at some point or other.
All the best for today's game. Big day for you as well.
Thank you.
That is it from the color swap. Exciting game coming up your way.
Say checkmate, come together. Welcome back, everyone. It's Judgment Day here at the Royal Opera House. The final day of the qualifiers. One team is already into the finals. एक जगह बाकी है. बहुत मजा आने वाला है. All the teams in the mix. I am joined by the amazing duo of Grandmaster Irina Crush and Sagar Shah here. Guys, we're going into this final day setup. You know, it's only the championship battle tomorrow. How different does chess feel when there's no time to make mistakes? There's no tomorrow for the teams.
I think the teams have been waiting for this day. You know, you've played 8 days of chess. It's all come to this. And for me, this is one of the most exciting days following chess tournaments.
Yeah, every team has something to play for, even if they cannot make it to the top two. Everyone can make it into the 3rd and 4th place match, where there is still the bronze medal up for grabs.
Well, it's potentially not the fight that the teams want. They want to battle for championship. Triveni Continental Kings already through to the finals. They will have their 3rd showing. But the big question, which team will challenge them? And Sagar, I want to ask you, how much is it going to be about the nerves today? As Triveni will play with freedom. For the others, they play with pressure.
I think the biggest pressure is on the shoulders of Alpine Sg Pipers. They are actually on the 2nd position today. It's like it's in their hands to reach the finals. If they win their match, there is no more calculations needed.
But the Alpine Sg Pipers, they do have one big advantage, which is the sequence of the matches, because they're going to know the results of the match Triveni Continental Kings versus the upGrad Mumba Masters before they play their final match of the day. Because if they know that upGrad Mumba Masters has lost, then all the pressure is off of them.
Well, let's set the table with that. Let's get our leaderboard on the screen as we talk about the different scenarios. And right there at the top, we've got Triveni Continental Kings. You know, their big win yesterday, Sagar, basically saw them storm through to the finals right there. Alpine Sg Pipers right behind them. And what a turnaround of an event this has been for them. They are up to 15 match points currently. Their fate in their hands. They win, they are through to the finals. For the other teams, upGrad Mumba Masters, Ganges Grandmasters, PBG Alaskan Knights, they need to win and then pray for the rest to go their way. You've also got the Fyers, American Gambits. For them, it's going to be only the fight for 3rd place. That's the best that they can hope for. You know, let's set the stage now with the action that we saw, because this all happened with exactly the scoreline, the stories that we see in front of us. Alpine Sg Pipers with 2 8-7 wins. You know, taking down the upGrad Mumba Masters, taking down the Fyers American Gambits, Triveni Continental Kings, beating Ganges to storm through to the finals. And then we had PBG Alaskan Knights with a late surge in the day, basically taking down upGrad Mumba Masters 8-10. Really a big wake-up call for them. What was the biggest storyline for you? Was it the Triveni, was it the comeback of the Alpine, or the downfall of the upGrad Mumba Masters?
Well, I think it's both the fact that upGrad Mumba Masters lost both of their matches today, because in this event, they were always fighting for the 1st place. Now they've fallen to 3rd place. And meanwhile, the Alpine Sg Pipers won both of their matches, and now they're in clear 2nd place.
Right, you could see the disappointment on the faces of the owners of the upGrad Mumba Masters. They were so close. Look at Hari Krishna there, Humpy. It was as if they let the win slip by, and you normally do not see Hari Krishna emoting so much. It was really, really a big tragedy there for the team.
And that shows it all, right? From co-leaders to crisis, right there. And for Harika to miss out on that final win, and Hari with the head shakes there. Today, it's going to be incredible pressure on a team that looked unstoppable. You know, they hit the wall with the action that we saw yesterday. For the upGrad Mumba Masters, they have to win today, and they're rooting against the Alpine Sg Pipers. They need the Alpine Sg Pipers to lose to make it to the finals.
But first, they need to win themselves, right? So I don't think they have too much room to think about how the Alpine Sg Pipers are going to do. They're playing before the Alpine Sg Pipers, and they need to get the win against the Triveni Continental Kings.
And that's the team that got it done against the Ganges Grandmasters yesterday. A showstopper performance, 14-5. Basically sealed the deal for them, Sagar. They went through to the finals, taking down Vishy's Ganges Grandmasters. And there you can see Vishy, who's been one of the star players alongside the Alireza, Firuza fireworks that we've been seeing. You know, the unstoppable team. I think today there's no pressure on them, But is it fair to say, Sagar, they still want to go with momentum on their side into the finals? They want to prove themselves to be giants on the board and psychologically.
And also, like, they would love to beat the upGrad Mumba Masters, because the upGrad Mumba Masters, if they win, they have great chances to make it to top 2. And how to beat the Triveni Continental Kings team? They are so strong.
That's the question that's been on everyone's mind. And Triveni Continental Kings doesn't need to care about that. Now, another team whose story has been the other end of the spectrum has been Fyers American Gambits. Their loss to the Alpine Sg Pipers 8-7 yesterday basically means for the American Gambits, it's going to be a fight for third place. But an incredibly important matchup this was. And you know who you found was the big star in this for the Alpine Sg Pipers, scoring 2 incredible victories there. The #1 woman player in the world, you know, when it mattered the most, she delivered for her team. 2 black victories against against Humpy even, and Asubayeva Bibisara is what cruised them through to that 1 point, and it was all smiles. Fabiano Caruana, it did not start so well in Mumbai for him, but he was a happy man yesterday.
Yeah, I think the Alpine Sg Pipers really raised their game yesterday, and with these 2 wins, they now are at the top of the table after the Triveni Continental Kings. I have a feeling that today they have to just take care of a few things and they could make it to the finals quite.
Well, what's very helpful to them is that they're all playing with the white pieces today, and in a situation where winning all the games is not necessary, that's a good spot to be in.
And this one, the nightmare continued for the upGrad Mumba Masters. It was all the way down for them yesterday. They lost the first match and the second one to the PBG Alaskan Knights, a team that perhaps has been super shaky. For the upGrad, looking for that win. And this was such a roller coaster of a match, you know, especially on Harika's board. I think for Maxime and for Harika, they really need to show up today for their team. They have to win. Losing PBG Alaskan Knights 8-10 basically just snatched their fate from their hands. They have to win. They have to pray for the Alpine Sg Pipers now to go down today.
Absolutely. But one thing that I'm amazed about the upGrad Mumba Masters team is their team spirit. In spite of Harika's loss, I know that the team gathered together. They were pumping her up. Even today, they made a reel and it's on Instagram where you can see Harika is the kind of the protagonist of that reel. She's like, we'll come back, you know. And so I guess today they'll be in good spirits.
I actually ran into Hare Krishna and Harika on a walk on Marine Drive last night. Yeah.
Well, they have to have that camaraderie going. Be in good spirits, you play good chess. But yesterday it was good chess from the PBG Alaskan Knights. Even though for Gukesh, a tough match on his board, the team got the job done. And all smiles there. They have an outside chance to make it to the finals. There's plenty more to unpack. And as the chess is heating up here at the Royal Opera House, so is the debate in our studio. We'll be right back.
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर सीने से लगाई लेती है। कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है। कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
टर्बुलेंस मैनेज करने के लिए लगती है स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे फायर्स के स्मार्ट ऑटोमेशन टूल्स। स्मार्ट स्टेप, स्मार्ट ट्रेल और स्मार्ट एग्जिट से करो ट्रेडिंग में रिस्क मैनेज ऑटोमेटिकली।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
मैजिक हो या मार्केट्स, पैटर्न समझना ही स्किल है। जैसे फायर्स के एडवांस चार्ट्स, एडवांस इंडिकेटर्स से मार्केट्स के लेटेस्ट पैटर्न समझो और ट्रेड करो डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द चार्ट्स।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नवितास सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
टर्बुलेंस मैनेज करने के लिए लगती है स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे फायर्स के स्मार्ट ऑटोमेशन टूल्स। स्मार्ट स्टेप, स्मार्ट ट्रेल और स्मार्ट एग्जिट से करो ट्रेडिंग में रिस्क मैनेज ऑटोमेटिकली।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of the group stage here of Season 3 of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. And this is where we're at. It really is a make or break day for the teams, except one, which is right at the top, uncatchable. They've been unstoppable. They've been inevitable. The Triveni Continental Kings with 6 match-point lead. No one can overtake them. But then the fight truly opens up. Alpine Sg Pipers, they win. They go through to the finals. Between the next 3 teams, it's an absolute battle. While for the Fyers American Gambits, they are fighting for 3rd place. And we're going to set all the scenarios here, what the teams need to do. And Arena, let's start with the one at the top. There's not much that this team needs to do. They've already done the hard part. They've done the big job here. Of course, Alireza Firuza being the ferocious player of the team. But with that 14-5 victory against the Ganges Grandmasters, their final spot was sealed yesterday.
Exactly. I think all they need to do is play a good match so they go into the finals in a good mood. You definitely don't want to stumble at the end, right? So it feels like there's not much at stake for them today, but I think they don't want to go in as having lost their final match of the event.
And I love how you say that, because mindset is everything. Going into the finals, you want to feel that confidence. And let's also point out, while the pressure is off them, they're playing against a team which is in a must-win situation today. Sagar, huge day for the upGrad Mumba Masters.
Yeah, it's a massive day for them. I think they just have to go all out against the best team in the tournament. For them, it's very clear how they have to continue. And there you see, they are still in the race. They must beat Triveni. They need the Alpine Sg Pipers to lose, and tie breaks, that is the game points, may matter here.
And while one team who has their fate in their hands fully, there are no what-ifs. All they need to do is win on their match, on their board. They are playing at the end of the day. They will be playing, that is the final match of the day against the PBG Alaskan Knights. It's the Alpine Sg Pipers. Fabiano leading the charge on that icon board. Now again, they win the match, no discussions, no debates, no arguments. They take it through. It will be Triveni Continental Kings versus the Alpine Sg Pipers for championship. How important will nerves be for Fabi's team today? You know, we talk about pressure in those big moments. They have control over their fate, but control is only as important as the pressure is, because things can really turn around when that comes into play.
Right, and they're facing a team which has nothing to lose today. That's the PBG Alaskan Knights. They were at the bottom of the table after, the first half, and they've quietly been rising. So perhaps this will be quite a tough game for the Alpine Sg Pipers. I'm not so sure if they'll manage to win today.
Well, the psychology is going to matter a lot for that match, because the Alpine Sg Pipers don't actually need to win games with the white pieces. Draws are good enough for them. No match in this league has yet finished in a draw, but I think it's important, that all they got to do is play solid chess and let the PBG Alaskan Knights bring the challenge to them.
I want to point out, I think practical chances, it's between these two teams, the upGrad Mumba Masters and the Alpine Sg Pipers. But there are other teams who have an outside chance. Mathematically, they can still qualify. The first thing they need to do is a must-win on their match. Then they hope and they pray. They need absolute chaos on the other matches. They need things to go their way. But the first most important thing will be to take care of what's happening right in front of them. We spoke about how for the Alpine Sg Pipers, control is power. Control in their hands. They win, nothing else matters. But again, pressure will test that control. For the PBG Alaskan Knights, it's a very slim chance, but it's there. They're playing the Alpine Sg Pipers at the end of the day. How do you think they're approaching this scenario?
Well, for the PBG Alaskan Knights, there's only one way that they can reach the finals. They need to win big. They need to win with a score of 18-2, which means they need 4 wins on 4 of their boards and 2 draws. And then they reach 80 game points, and that gives them a chance if the upGrad Mumba Masters lose and if the Ganges Grandmasters don't cross 80 and all these scenarios. So that's why PBG Alaskan Knights do have small chance, but not a great one. We have the Ganges Grandmasters here. They are also mathematically alive. Need a big win today against the Fyers American Gambits. Heavy dependence on others. And then the tie breaks is not with them. But they have a chance.
They definitely have a chance, and a big chance to make it for the fight for third. Let's point out, there's pride on the line, there's money on the line, there will be a big battle between 2 teams for that as well. So still everything to play for, but Irina, we know these players. The fight for third is not the fight they want.
Well, that's true. But, I have to say the Fyers American Gambits, they have a chance to finish this event really well. There's not a ton of pressure on them, but there is still motivation for them to finish as high up in the score table as possible. I think when you're currently sitting in 6th position, the possibility of finishing 3rd is still pretty attractive, and so they got everything to fight for.
Well, for the Fyers American Gambits, Hikaru, I think he's all the way here from the US. He just became a dad. I think he wants to still go all out. He wants to get that fight, the battle for 3rd place tomorrow. It's going to be about pride for him. He wants to finish on a high. While there is absolutely no chance, this is the only team that's out of the mathematical race to make it to championship battle. They're still on the line, and they can play spoiler today, as they will be the first team in action. Once again, Triveni Continental Kings already through. What a performance they've had. They've been at the peak of their game. Sagar, even the matches that they lost, it was big fights. They never had a blowout where they were whitewashed completely. If you had to point out one thing that has worked for them this season so incredibly well, what do you think that is?
It's clearly Alireza Firuza. On the icon board, he's playing incredibly well. And when your icon board is doing so well, it just pumps up the rest of the team. Everyone is chipping in.
Today is going to be something else at the Royal Opera House. It's going to be dramatic, it's going to be entertaining, it's going to be a lot of fun. And as we deep dive into all of that, first we've got a very special sponsor message from you.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
And we are back with all the action in just a few minutes. In just a few moments, in fact, we'll have the teams in the arena walking in. Take a look at what is on the menu today. We start the day with the Fyers American Gambits taking on the Ganges Grandmasters. Now, for the American Gambits, the race for the finals is out. Ganges Grandmasters still have a shot. They need to win. They need to take down the Gambits and then need other results to go their way. And this is when it starts getting fun. We start with the Triveni Continental Kings, already through to the finals, taking on the upGrad Mumba Masters, who must absolutely take down the Kings today. They've got no other options. And we end the day with the match that will decide the second finalist. It's the Alpine Sg Pipers taking on the PBG Alaskan Knights, and we break down all this action that's coming up in just a few. You stay tuned with us.
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर सीने से लगाई लेती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
टर्बुलेंस मैनेज करने के लिए लगती है स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे फायर्स के स्मार्ट ऑटोमेशन टूल्स। स्मार्ट स्टेप, स्मार्ट ट्रेल और स्मार्ट एग्जिट से करो ट्रेडिंग में रिस्क मैनेज ऑटोमेटिकली।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
मैजिक हो या मार्केट्स, पैटर्न समझना ही स्किल है। जैसे फायर्स के एडवांस चार्ट्स, एडवांस इंडिकेटर्स से मार्केट्स के लेटेस्ट पैटर्न समझो और ट्रेड करो डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द चार्ट्स।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
टर्बुलेंस मैनेज करने के लिए लगती है स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे फायर्स के स्मार्ट ऑटोमेशन टूल्स। स्मार्ट स्टेप, स्मार्ट ट्रेल और स्मार्ट एग्जिट से करो ट्रेडिंग में रिस्क मैनेज ऑटोमेटिकली।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
And for the last day of the round robin, this is a script you could not have written. It's truly the appetizer, main course, and the dessert on the menu today. Till the very last second, till the very last move on that final matchup between the PBG Alaskan Knights and Alpine Sg Pipers doesn't happen, we will not know who our two finalists are. We start talking about the Fyers American Gambits and the Ganges Grandmasters to start the day, and we head over straight to Arohi, who is pit side with the captains. How are they handling the pressure today?
Important day for all the teams, and we are here for the first color swap of the day. Fyers American Gambits will be taken on the Navitas Solar Ganges Grandmasters. We have GM Srinath for Fyers American Gambits, GM Vishnu Prasanna for Navitas Solar Ganges Grandmasters, and we also have Aparijita Gutchikar, fair play expert, joining us. May we please have the color swap. Vishnu Prasanna, qualification is on the line. So many possibilities. What is your focus on?
No, it's going to be a crazy last day, I think, and we have done all the calculations, and probably the first goal is to win. Last 2 days obviously did not go away, but still waiting to fight it out all out. I mean, today we fight everything, yeah. We give everything.
There's a birthday in the camp. Raunak Sadhwani has his birthday. The team would want to give him the gift of winning this one.
Definitely, and I think he's also keen to show up today and have a good day himself. But yeah, yes, that's a emotion in the group.
All the best for today's game.
Thank you. Thanks.
Srinath, big day for your team as well. Firstly, you all can pay spoilers for the other teams. Secondly, the number 3 spot. What are the thoughts?
We had several close games. So I feel inevitably if we keep playing the way we did, inevitably the luck has to be on the right side of us at some point or other.
All the best for today's game. Big day for you as well.
Thank you.
That is it from the color swap. Exciting game coming up your way.
Couldn't agree more with you, Arohi, there. Two very different energies from the captain, I have to say. For Srinath, hoping that finally luck shines on the Fyers American Gambits, while for the Ganges Grandmasters, looking to play their hearts out, especially for the birthday boy, Raunak Sadhwani, on their prodigy board there. How do you see this clash being played out? I'll start with you, Irina, on this, given the mindset of the coaches there.
Well, for sure, it seems like there's more at stake for the Ganges Grandmasters because they do have a theoretical chance of making it in the top 2, while the Fyers American Gambits just want to do their best today. Personally, I feel like in this matchup between Volodar Murzin and Ronak Sadhwani, well, I think Murzin, wants to step up for his team. He's been, a little bit of a vulnerable board for them so far in this league. And they're actually both on these -1 scores, so they're doing similarly in this league. So I predict that that Murzin will take that one.
But it's Raunak's birthday, today. So
Happy birthday.
hopefully he gets a present there. And then we have the superstar women board with BP Sara, who's playing really well against Polina Shuvalova. And we have Teodora Inyak versus Stavrula Solakidu. I think a very evenly matched women board here.
Yeah, I mean, especially Inyats and Stavrula, they have so many decisive games between them in this league. They win a lot, lose a lot. Very different from someone like Bibi Sara, who's only lost one game here. So there should be a decisive result between Inyats and Solakidu.
Yeah, I agree with it. And there we have the superstar men board. Vladislav Artemiev versus Vincent Keimer, a very solid board. And a big fight expected on the Richard Rapport versus Javokir Sindarov board.
That's a really exciting board. Javahir won very quickly against Rapport earlier in the league. The game was over so fast, we didn't even know how it's possible for a game to end so quickly. Richard Rapport lost with the white pieces. He's been very unpredictable in this league so far, and while Sindarov has actually been in great shape, but still I think this match is a toss-up if Richard can bring his best form.
And I love that we got a clash between Richard and Javokir. They have been two incredible performers this entire season 3 of the Global Chess League. Javokir Sindarov, he just seems to be consolidating his repetition in India, tournament after tournament, starting from his World Cup victory, what he did at freestyle, and how he's been a superstar player for the Ganges Grandmasters. And then finally, it will be all eyes on the big board. It will be the legend, the 5-time world champion Vishy taking on the world #2, Hikaru Nakamura, 5 US championships under his belt as well. And it's been what feels like an up and down tournament for these two icons. It's the final day to play their heart out, to give it their all for their teams. With the Ganges Grandmasters having the bigger shot to make it to that top 2, having a mathematical chance, is it pressure on Vishy?
I think huge pressure on Vishy. He has had a win against Gukesh here, but he has been a bit shaky against Firuza or Hikaru and so on. So I'm hoping that today Vishy is able to bring his A game. And Tanya, Irene, I want to tell you, there was this appeal between these two teams. So today that can also come into play. There is some grudge points there.
It is so much of mind games at play here as Vishy Anand's Ganges Grandmasters takes the field one more time. Will they be able to walk the talk? Vincent Keimer, Javokir Sindarov, Polina Shuvalova right there. And then we've got Stavrula and Ronak Sadhwani as they get ready for the battle. For Shuvalova, so much about leaving the past behind, what happened yesterday as well. And look at that, Hikaru Nakamura. He is a man on a mission today. This could be their last match, but I think he's got something to say about that. We might not see Hikaru and company in action today, but before that, they've got one more battle to fight. And as that happens, I'm going to go to my favorite part about the studio, about the stage that we set. We've got the flags of the Fyers American Gambits and the Ganges Grandmasters. And I feel like Irina is already ready with her answer. But who takes the first battle of the day?
Yeah, I do have a pretty strong intuitive feeling about this match. I'm going with the Fyers American Gambits. I actually think that they have a chance to finish in 3rd place at the end of this league. And by the way, my advice to Hikaru is go for the Sicilian. You got to create a game as black and, not the way the last couple of games have went for him. Too quiet.
Yeah, I'm just going to try to be slightly different here. The reason for it is I believe in Javokir Sindarov's form, the Ganges Grandmasters, and also I want the fight for the 2nd place to be as intense as possible. So I'm rooting for the Ganges Grandmasters.
Well, tell us who you're rooting for. Will it be Vishy Anand's Ganges Grandmasters or Hikaru Nakamura's Fyers American Gambits? We've set the stage for you and we will have the moves on the other side of this break. Don't miss it. Stay right where you are.
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर सीने से लगाई लेती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, इंडिया's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
टर्बुलेंस मैनेज करने के लिए लगती है स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे फायर्स के स्मार्ट ऑटोमेशन टूल्स। स्मार्ट स्टेप, स्मार्ट ट्रेल और स्मार्ट एग्जिट से करो ट्रेडिंग में रिस्क मैनेज ऑटोमेटिकली।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, इंडिया's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
मैजिक हो या मार्केट्स, पैटर्न समझना ही स्किल है, जैसे फायर्स के एडवांस चार्ट्स। एडवांस इंडिकेटर्स से मार्केट्स के लेटेस्ट पैटर्न समझो और ट्रेड करो डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द चार्ट्स।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, इंडिया's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
टर्बुलेंस मैनेज करने के लिए लगती है स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे फायर्स के स्मार्ट ऑटोमेशन टूल्स। स्मार्ट स्टेप, स्मार्ट ट्रेल और स्मार्ट एग्जिट से करो ट्रेडिंग में रिस्क मैनेज ऑटोमेटिकली।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Strength and diagonal dominance, just like the bishop on the chessboard. Please give it up for Navita Solar, Ganges Grandmasters.
Crowds roar like a rising tide. Biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise. History made by girls and boys. This is fire, can't contain.
Please put your hands together for 5 times World Chess Champion Vishwanathan Anand. Vincent Kaima. World Cup winner Javokir Sindarov. Polina Shuvalova. Savrula Solakidu. A birthday boy Ronak Sadwani. And the coach GM Vishnu Prasanna. Sometimes the pawn is mightier than the queen. He's the one who decides destinies. Give it up for Fyers American Gambits.
Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath.
Please make some noise for world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura. Vladislav Artemiev. Richard Rappo. 2 times Women's World Blitz Champion, Bibisara Asaubayeva. Teodora Inyats. Reigning World Rapid Champion, Volodar Murzin. And their coach, GM Srinath. All the best to all the players. You may now take your boards. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Mr. Aryan Shah, Director, Navitas Solar, Mr. Karthik Radia, CEO and Managing Director, CLA Global, along with our Tournament Director, Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan.
The clash between the Ganges Grandmasters and the Fyers American Gambits is going to get underway. The guest of honor moves the pawn to e4. This could very well be Vishy's move. But a5 is definitely not going to be Hikaru Nakamura's move there. As the handshakes kick in, I have with me the one and only WGM Keti Satsalashvili. Hello, Keti.
Hello, Sagar. So excited to see this match. The pawn from a5 went all the way to a5. I thought it will go even further. Thanks God it stopped it there. And here we have the handshake and 1e4 on the women's board.
Right. It's Bibisara taking on Polina Shuvalova, and this one, pretty sure this is going to be an intense one between Stavrula Solakidou and Teodora Ignac. As you can see, the Royal Opera House is full, is packed today, Keti, because there's so much action today. I think it's the best day to come here.
It is the best day to come here today and tomorrow for the final. So those are the good treats that everyone can have. We are expecting a full house today.
And then it's a Monday, actually, Keti. And Hikaru, by the way, goes
he's going?
Somewhere.
Where's it going there?
Not so sure where Hikaru's going, but definitely Polina Shuvalova is having a very cool position out of the opening against Bibisara. It's a Sicilian. It's a Sicilian dragon, you can see, and a fianchetto variation as our male superstar boards get rocking here. Knight to f3 by Javokir Sindarov. Big one here. Keti, which game are you excited about? Is it Javokir versus Rapport or Vincent versus Artemiev?
It is Vishy versus Hikaru. To be fair, to be very honest, it is Icon's game that I want very much to see and focus alongside many of our viewers. But Sindarov and Rapport, this is the happy fire matchup. Two very creative players facing each other. It's going to be a fantastic day for us. Just looking at the previous matchup, it was Javo here who won his game with the black pieces, and that was the reason why his team celebrated the victory. So he is considered to be a slight favorite just because of the history of the previous match.
And also, he's on +4 in this tournament. Javokir has been the secret weapon of the Ganges Grandmasters, and look at him building a strong center here as Richard Rapport tries to get his bishops on the long diagonal. We have the birthday boy opening the game with 1e4, and we have the Sicilian on Prodigy board, while on the Icon board, Vishy Anand opens with pawn to e4, and Hikaru does not take the advice of Irina. She had mentioned that Hikaru should go out and play the Sicilian, play a fighting opening.
Yes, Sagar, today we have day of e4s, right?
Yeah.
Does it tell you something? All the games except one board where we had knight to f3, white goes with e4 in every single matchup.
Wow, very interesting. And by the way, look at this. Keti, what's just happened? Hikaru jumped with his knight to a5, which is considered as a sideline, a line that is gaining popularity, and he then gets up from the board and lets Vishy Anand start thinking.
Where is he? Where he's going? He's actually not settled for this game, and he came back right now. He's walking.
Just making a statement.
He's making a statement. That's true.
He's saying like he's confident here. By the way, on our if we have our digital board, we have a small innovation today. At the top line, we have the bars today, which means that, guys, you can follow what's happening in all 6 games in this frame. If the white element is more, which means that the players of the Ganges Grandmasters are doing better. If the yellow element starts to go more...
Just like in Hikaru's game.
What?
And goes back again for the white.
Yeah, I was shocked, like, what happened? Did Vishy blunder? Yeah, but So it's in one shot, they can know what's happening in the match.
Oh, this is fantastic addition. So now we control all the boards simultaneously. So far, the engine always gives the edge a little bit to white because white starts to play the game, and that's why, but nothing really too strong advantage. So we will be just going around to see the games.
Right, and Vishy takes with the knight, and here, well, if you play your pawn to c5 to trap the bishop here, it does not work because the bishop can drop in and start attacking the rook in the corner of the board. So this is a slightly offbeat line that has been played by Hikaru, but this has been Hikaru's strategy throughout the event, Ketty. He has played offbeat lines, he's gone deep in them, and he's tried to equalize there.
Yeah, that's what he's doing the best, and especially he feels very comfortable with the time. I believe that his strategy against Vishy will be to make Vishy burn his time on the clock and then try to play very fast.
Right, and by the way, bishop b7 played, and Vishy hits the center with c4 and c5 by Hikaru here. Ooh, the game already is heating up. Will Vishy remember his prep? Because clearly Hikaru Nakamura seems to be very well prepped up. He's relaxed there. He's going back in his chair. He's getting up. He's moving around.
He's going always to the same side, to the same corner. We want to know what is there. Somebody tell us what is there in this corner.
And he comes back pretty quickly from there. Okay, so while Vishy is thinking here, and we can see, should we go to the board number 2, Ketty, between Vincent Keimer and Vladislav Artemiev?
Definitely, we have to go here. Those two players are most stable in the team, both teams, but not necessarily means that it will be draw. They will probably fight. And look at the queen already been out of the game so early.
The queen developed soon and found its place on the f4 square here. It seems like Vincent Keimer is looking slightly better here, has more space, pieces nicely developed. But Artemiev, well, he's one of the most solid players here. It's so difficult to beat him. He's just lost one game, Ketty, until now.
He has lost one game, but he has also won one game. So he's basically even. And you know, every team needs a player like Artemiev to make sure that you have stability on the second board. It's also something important.
And then we go to Javokir Sindarov on board 3 against Richard Rapport. This one is definitely looking slightly better for white, as the bishop here of Richard is blocked by the white pawns.
That's right. This is not the best place for the bishop. Bishop prefers to be on c8 in case of the pawn push on king side after a5, f4. You definitely need this bishop on the light squares. I would not be surprised if Richard at some point gets the bishop back on c8 and makes sure that this bishop is on the king side attack. f6 has been played. This bishop on g5 has to be kicked out. And after that, I just wonder, what is the black's plan in this position? White's plan is very, very clear. This bishop will go on e3, and then I'll push the pawn b4, and I'll try to create, open up this center or queen side with c5.
That's right, and I think for black, the plan is to play on the king side with pawns here, trying to attack. This will be a super exciting game to follow, Ketty. Just to put things in perspective, guys, the Ganges Grandmasters can make it to the top 2 if they win by a huge margin today. And the Fyers American Gambits are fighting for the 3rd place. You know, if they win today by a good margin, they can make it to the 4th place.
Absolutely. This is the we have the prizes, and nobody wants to get the last place. It's about pride as well, right?
Absolutely.
You don't want to be the last team, obviously. So they will go all in, all the teams, and the tournament has not been ended yet. And all of them have their own personal reasons to come and fight against their opponents.
Exactly. Let's go to the board number 4. This is where it seems like the Ganges Grandmasters are slightly pressing here. Polina Shuvalova with the white pieces, has a beautiful knight perched in the center. Ketty, the b6 square looks a bit weak. Does this feel like a great position for white?
It feels fantastic position for white. You have more space, you have happier pieces. You have a plan as well to push f4, f5 somewhere on the king side. You can maintain your knight on d5 with what white just did right now. b3 controlling c4 square, then push c4, bring the rook on c1, and another knight can also jump on d4. Look how much, or c3 as you are pointing out, how much space white has. And at this point, I'm looking at the playing venue. Most of the players just have left their boards. They're looking around, observing the other games. We have Artemiev looking at the screens, as well as Polina Shovalova.
Yeah, I think they are all very curious to see how the team is performing. After all, sometimes you want to know what's happening on other boards to make a decision whether to go aggressive on your board, to go a little bit calm on their board. And you can see the scenario there. The Fire American Gambits out of the final race, but they are playing for the third place. Ketty, they can impact the standings and can play the spoiler role today.
It can play, and well, with the black pieces, you can actually score more points, which is really good. So the pairings were really nice for them. In this position, Polina has a slight advantage, not only on the board, but also she has 3 minutes more. Bibisara just played b5 to stop c4 happening. I have a feeling white is very happy with this move. White can strike on the queen side with a4. Create some kind of weaknesses. You have this beautiful knight b6 move,
Oh, she
bishop
does
b6.
it. She plays your move. A4 is on the board. And by the way, we look at Hikaru now. He's standing right in front of Vishy. And he's saying to Vishy, well, come on, take a look at your clock. Guys, let's go to the icon board to see the action. In fact, Vishy is better, but the time, he has 12 minutes on the clock, while Hikaru has 18. Just to tell you how the game proceeded, after c4, c5 was played, the knight jumped here, the knight was kicked away, knight came back to e3, and now knight comes to c3, and Vishy says, thank you so much, Hikaru, for the pawn. He castles, he's giving up another pawn here, but Vishy first saves his bishop, takes, and Ketty, at this moment, Hikaru has more time, but Vishy has more pawns.
What would you prefer? More time or more pawns in this kind of scenario?
Right now, I have a feeling somehow Hikaru looks very confident. You can see him there. Vishy has been a bit nervous here. He's thinking about it. He's double guessing whether his prep is correct, whether he's making the best moves. So I'm a bit worried for white.
I am a bit worried for white as well, because I believe that one pawn is something that you can afford to lose, especially if you have a good initiative. And the time, you cannot get the time back. And they have to make a lot of moves still to reach 40 moves. In this position, knight on c4 is hanging. Vishy have found the best move here to guard the weakness on b2 and to attack the knight. This leaves black only few options. First option is to retreat the knight back on b6 and offer the knight straight. In this situation, queen gets on b6, attacks the knight on b5, and somehow white's pieces have to go backwards. And I would not be surprised if there is a move like f5 to open up also the light square bishop and to get the rook into the business. So this looks really, really nice and tempting for black.
I love this part where the move f5 comes in with the two bishops actually starting to unleash themselves. Vishy has to tread carefully here. The position is fine. Hikaru does go back with his knight here. Guys, if we look at the bars on the top of our screen, we see that Sindarov is slightly better against Richard Rapport. We have Polina significantly better against Bibisara. Stavrula is doing a good job against Inyak. And Raunak Sadwani is better against Murzin. This has been a perfect opening Yeah, we can have the 6 boards here. This has been a perfect opening for the Ganges Grandmasters.
What a wonderful start of a day they have with the white pieces. Black still have some chance to fight back because, you know, white always have this advantage to start with for first. But what I'm seeing right now, black is holding really good on time. Maybe this is their strategy to play on time.
Yeah, they will get their chances. As the time goes low, we need to head over to the birthday boys game. Raunak Sadhwani playing against Volodar Murzin. And I think Raunak wants some fireworks today, Ketty. He has his knight here, very close to the black king. He has his pawns advanced. He may kick the black knight away. Try for f5 break. This is looking good.
It looks really good. That's what I was actually thinking. And look at this knight on g5. This knight will never be kicked out from this square because if you do so, you have to play f6 and it weakens the king's side fully. You can never. Oh no, he did that. Go Raunak, show him how to play afterwards. The knight can get back now on f3. This is one way. Knight can go also on h3, but I really wonder how black is going to hold on the king side with this damaged pawn structure.
Yeah, absolutely. This one is definitely looking pretty good for Raunak Sadhwani as of now. He's just turned 20 years old, guys. One of India's biggest talents. He's taking on the current world rapid champion, you know, who will be defending his title in almost 3 days from now.
Exactly. Most of the players are traveling from Mumbai to Qatar to Doha to play the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. And we were saying that this is such a nice warm-up for that tournament as well, whoever wants to get the title. Sagar, should we take a look to the next game to check it out what's happening? Maybe Stavrula against Teodora?
Yes, let's go to board number 5 here between Stavrula and Teodora Ignatz. Here you can see that it's a very symmetrical position for both sides. Not much has happened. There's a pin here. There's a knight that's advanced here. I have a feeling that this is too early in the game for us to draw any conclusions. It does feel white is slightly better.
The white is slightly better, definitely. Have basically just happier pieces in this position, but I would agree that we cannot really see much happening at this moment.
Right, but the game where things are rolling quickly is board number 4 between Polina Shuvalova and Bibisara Asaubayeva. Polina has now, I was going to say, an extra pawn, but that's not the case. If we count the pawns, it's 6 pawns for both sides. But somehow you can see that this pawn, Ketty, on b5 could be a potential weakness. There's a big weakness on the c6 square where a white knight can potentially jump. And I like this position for white a lot. What's your feelings? Does black have any chances here?
I really like white's position here. I was also looking at white's ideas in here. So what we can do, maybe what Bibisara has done is correct to fight for the open A file and some move like knight to b6 to attack the pawn on d5 somehow. Black has this beautiful bishop on g7 and has to start to use it. Maybe knight e5 can also be played and then knight d7. Somehow black needs to regroup the pieces, which are not so good now at this moment.
Not easy, guys. And look at this move. You can, in fact, give up your rook here by jumping in with the knight, giving up the rook, and then the knight goes to c6, forking the rook and the queen. If the queen comes up, I chop off the rook, and this is a great position because now the e7 pawn is under pressure.
Yeah, and it will be also under more pressure after rook gets into the business with rook to e1 or queen to e2 with the double attack on b5 and e7. I really worry about the pawn on b5.
Right, so this one is definitely a very important board for the Ganges Grandmasters. This is where they have to keep their advantage going. Meanwhile, what's heating up tremendously is the game between Jawokir Sindarov and Richard Rapport. Board number 3 here. You can see, Ketty, that the queen has entered in. The bishop is lining up on the h7 square.
That's a brilliant plan here for white. You know what? I would not be surprised if here Sindar plays g4 next move. I know you would react here. What? But like, look at this move. It's really good move. It's really good move.
It's a nice move,
Yeah.
Ketty. I think it's a big threat here because you can't push the pawn. h7 is hanging. So here black must deal with it in some way or the other. Maybe there's knight f6, but then you
Then
lose
I'll
the
take
f5 pawn.
yes. And you cannot move the knight away because again h7 pawn is hanging and black has these beautiful pawns in the center, e5, f5. They are not really moving. If you move those pawns, it will create the weakness on the diagonals or on the squares. If you push f4, we know that the light square bishop will be happy. If you push e4,
I think this is what will happen, Ketty.
it can happen. And I was just thinking, Sagar, can we just somehow prepare f3 breakthrough in the center?
Yeah, I think that could very well happen here. f3 coming up, but you need to be careful for the black pawns moving ahead. Again, e3 you want to play, but h7 is hanging. This is the reason why this position is a hotbed for really amazing tactics that can happen.
And those two players are well known of their tactical skills. So I'm sure right now they are seeing thousands of tactics happening in this very position.
It's time for us to move to the icon board. It's Vishy Anand versus Hikaru Nakamura, where Queen c2 was played. Hikaru went back knight b6. Vishy then played a beautiful move. Bishop g5. He's deflecting the black queen, which took the bishop, but the knight was hanging now. And the rook is attacked. The rook goes to b8. Okay.
Wow.
I don't get it. Ketty, do you see a fork coming in on d7?
Do you also see the same what I see, right? This is the situation.
It looks
Knight
like
d7 is possible, but there is some sort of tactics, I believe. What it can be queen to g4 or something?
Guys, there's a big tactic here. If you want to think, try to pause. Don't pause this. Try to think. How do you pause this? It's live.
Can't pause. We can do the same. If you're in the audience, don't scream the move. Just keep it for yourself. And if you're watching it, let us know in the comments. We can see your answers. It is a beautiful move, actually.
It is. It is. And the right move here, Ketty, is bishop c6 with a double attack. And what you have to foresee is that when you take here, I'm going to take your knight, and then the other knight also falls, and you lose two knights for a rook, which is actually very good news. By the way, rook a b8 was a mistake, not because of knight d7, but because of knight takes d6, and Vishy has done it.
He has done this. Wow.
And after bishop a6, trying to attack the rook, nbc4, a great move again played by Anand, and Hikaru is in trouble here.
Hikaru, he was bluffing a lot in this game, right? Moving around, making moves very fast. But he kind of chose a wrong opponents to do that, right?
Well, in general, I think Vishy really understands these things very well, that what the psychology in chess. He's played he's played world championships against the best in the business. So he knows these things. The only thing is that when the time comes low, it's difficult to control everything. And I think right now, if objectively things are seen, Vishy is better. In a classical game, he would outplay Hikaru from this position 9 out of 10 times. But this is rapid, and Vishy has only 7 minutes, Ketty.
It is rapid without increment, Sagar. They still need to make 19 moves to reach only 2 seconds of increment, which is not too much. He has to speed up at some moment. Maybe he enjoys very much the position. And it's true that Hikaru has pair of bishop, and those bishops are not so easy. Still, there is a need to play these safe moves. But I think at some point, when Vishy realizes that this is a safe position for me, he can speed up from there.
He finds the best move here, Ketty.
Oh, wow.
I have a feeling that the king will tuck itself on h1, pawn will advance to f4, then to e5. Nothing on the queen side is hanging right now. Hikaru is 2 pawns down, not 1.
That's too much, you know. You can get 1 pawn back and still be 1 pawn down. I would play also b3 to make sure that on the king-queen side nothing is hanging.
Cemento.
Yeah, just, you know, look at this knight on c4, protecting another knight on d6. These knights are controlling all the squares there, and I love the idea what you are just mentioning, king to h1, and start to attack on the king side, f4, a5 coming on the way.
Ketty, look at those white bars at the top, dominating the match today. Vishy better. We have Polina clearly better. We have Stavrula clearly better. And then Raunak Sadhwani is winning here. Oh, there's bishop e5. We need to stick here and just see why is this a big mistake here by Hikaru.
Can we play f4 anyway in this position?
F4, bishop f4. What's happening? Is there some tactics?
And I was thinking about move like e5 to...
Oh man, Ketty, you are on fire here today. What a move. The queen and the bishop seem to be locked up. There's g3, maybe trapping the bishop.
Trapping the bishop, exactly. You also have queen e4 sort of move there. Just to you need to attack the bishop right now. There can be a rook to e4.
Oh my goodness. And then the queen cannot go away because you lose the bishop. So you have to play queen h6.
Yes.
Then you push here, the bishop goes back. And then you again push it, the bishop has to go backwards. And it's not so easy to assess. I would be, you know, yeah, Vishy makes an error. He goes rook d1. He didn't see this move f4, Ketty.
Yeah. And it says it's a blunder. Is Vishy blundering something serious in this position?
It's not a blunder somehow, Ketty, but he's lost all his edge, it feels, because after rook takes d6, bishop takes, the b2 pawn falls, and then we are liquidating into an kind of equal position.
All right, all right. Look at this move, bishop t5. I'm sure Hikaru saw f4 happening. I'm sure he knew it, but he's bluffing a lot in this game and somehow worked it out. Now it is equal position, and Vishy is down to 5 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, well, this is going to very likely end in a draw, although Vishy will still keep his extra pawn, it seems. Like, for example, here you can take on c5, but then takes here, and we could reach such a position, Ketty, but this should not be easy to win as white. I mean, the extra pawn is too little.
It's not easy, especially when you have queens on the board. If it's rook endgame, the game can continue longer, and some players have the tendency to win the games like that. But at this level, I don't see that the game will be played actually much longer.
And look at Vishy there. He looked to his left. He was like, no, this is now going to liquidate.
Yeah.
I don't know how much will Vishy will have to press in this position, but okay, this will end in a draw, most likely. Guys.
Yeah, he will play out for sure.
He will play on. He'll play on. The extra pawn means something. You don't want to draw here. There's nothing to risk. He has 5 minutes on the clock. Let's go to our prodigy board. Raunak Sadhwani. Ketty did mention, Raunak, do show your opponent how to punish that move f6, and he's showing it here.
Well, where is the pawn, actually? The pawn is gone, and knight is still on g5. I don't know what really happened in this game.
So knight went back, f5 played, and that was not a good move because the white knight very soon came back, and at this point, this is a clearly better position for Raunak Sadhwani. Look at his pieces, so much superior to the black pieces. I think it's just going to get into a mating attack.
Exactly. So there is very often this kind of ideas, bishop h5 sacrifice to expose the king, queen gets 10 on h5, and at this moment we have the bishop which protects the pawn, the h7 square, but white can actually sacrifice in exchange for that. So there are a lot of motives here in this position, starting with bishop to d4, bishop to f4 sort of moves.
Well,
we
just have to take care of the g3 pawn. So maybe bishop f4. Ketty, you are right. This could be a big edge for Raunak. And what a way to celebrate his birthday today. He could get in the full point for his team. Meanwhile, Stavrula Solakidu on board number 5. Well, she is definitely pressing here, guys. Look at this. The last move was b5 here. And if I just bring my rook back, this pawn is weak. I mean, the bishop is incredible on this diagonal. I think everything that has to go wrong for black in this position has gone wrong.
Exactly. Maybe we can even just leave the rook on the black side of the board and play rook to a5 with idea queen to f5 and go after b5
Oh, that's
pawn.
such a cool move. It's amazing. And so Stavrula has a risk-free edge. She goes rook a2, which is a cool move. And so last board, better for Ganges. The second last board, also better for Ganges Grandmasters. And now going to Polina Shuvalova, who's definitely going to convert this. I don't think she's going to mess this up, Ketty. This is so good. She's a pawn up, has the bishop pair. Everything's perfect.
Everything is perfect, and the time she has also more on the clock, so I don't see this goes wrong for her. Knight to e5 has been played. I think bishop to d4 or to take in this pawn and then push the d5 would do a job here. Ooh. Bishop is, yes, attacking the rook, and I really don't know how black is going to stop. It's possible to play something like bishop to c5 to guard the pawn, and then b4. The engine doesn't really like it. Probably there are many ways to play out this position, but this pawn on d6 is extra pawn.
Yeah, it's totally winning here, guys. All that Shuvalova has to do is show some accuracy here, not rush into it. Yesterday also, she was totally winning in her game against Zhu Jinner. She made that error. Today is the day when she mustn't go wrong. So this is good. Let's go now to the top 3 boards, because these 3 boards are equal. So if we go to the icon board, Vishy Anand versus Hikaru Nakamura, I think they drew already.
They are talking. It's okay, they didn't even play down. They have too much respect to each other, right?
I think Vishy is like, yeah, I don't think Hikaru would ever go wrong in this endgame. You're right, Ketty. Respectful decision by Vishy here, and they are discussing this position. There were chances for Anand to score in this one, but a draw is the final result. Let's go to Vincent Keimer versus Artemiev.
We do have pawn takes pawn or rook to d1, the final move?
Well, the last move was take and take. We see that actually white has an extra pawn, Ketty, but a less exchange. So black has 2 rooks, white has only 1. So it's a material imbalance here. Vincent has taken some risks.
He's taken some risks, but I really like his idea now. Look at this. When black recaptures back on d5, let's say with a knight now, we have to chop down this knight, and when pawn takes it back, we have knight to f5 move, and we are taking the key pawn from the king.
Right, and the bishop has to move. Let's say, for example, I defend this, then all of a sudden, there is bishop takes g7, rook here, and bishop f6, and this is a great position for white.
I like to have this exchange position. Also, d5 pawn is hanging, and if you take 2 pawns for the exchange, that's more than a compensation. Rook to d8 has been played, and it's not a good move, because can I just take the pawn on c6 now?
Yeah, you can. In fact, d takes c6 is a great move. And after b takes, just play your bishop to a5, pin this here, pressure with this bishop here, knight jumping to f5. This is looking really good for Vincent Keimer and the Ganges Grandmasters.
Wow, what a beautiful sacrifice that worked it out. And pawn takes c6 is not so difficult move to play.
No,
I think we will see this position coming up very soon.
Can you see what's happening, Ketty, here? Imagine that there are 4 wins for the Ganges Grandmasters. They're going to win with a big margin.
Yeah, that's the scenario that they need to have, right? We were talking about that earlier. And also, Sagar, look at this situation on the clock for Artemiev as well. 2 minutes, 50 seconds is not much to play out this very difficult position.
Ooh, this is getting exciting, guys. Ganges Grandmasters rising up to the occasion. They are like, okay, today's the important day. We'll deliver. And look at the scenario there. They are mathematically alive. They need a big win today. They're doing that. They are heavily dependent on others, which, well, it's not in their hands. Let's see if that works out. And the tie breaks is against them, but they are improving it. With a big score, their game points will increase.
That is according to scenario so far. And there is, you see the red dot, you see this?
Oh.
Yeah, we have to go to Stavrula's game actually.
Let's go to board number 4. 5. Stavrula Solakidu is totally crushing it. The last move is queen to c8. Ketty, I felt this game would take a lot of time to finish because it was this symmetrical position. But it's like rapidly degenerated for black.
That's true because now white's pieces are so active on the back rank, leaves no space for black, and black's pawns will fall one by one. c6 is hanging, then d6 will hang, f7 is a weakness. The pieces are quite, and yeah, look at this smile, a big smile of Hikaru.
It's more of a look that, you know, there's no chance for us today.
Yeah,
everything's gone wrong that has to go wrong.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know if you're...
By the way, I love this bottom panel that we have where we are constantly shifting between Hikaru and Srinath, who are looking very, very, kind of not so happy with what's happening. And then we shift to Vishy and Vishnu, who
they are much happier, right?
Look at them.
Look at them. They know something is happening, but something good is happening. Nail biting by Vishy, and you can see how stressed he is.
Right.
Wow.
Let's go to Vincent Keimer versus Artemiev. Board 2, you are seeing here Artemiev moving his rook up to attack the bishop. A very good defensive move, but take the rook here and you are back to equal material in terms of pieces, but you are a pawn up.
You're a pawn up, you have a healthy pawn structure, you can now push a4, then get the rook on c file, attack another weakness. He did not even bother to do that. Knight to f5 has been played to attack the bishop. Look at that. Now a4 has to be played as well. White has just very comfortable position.
And meanwhile, guys, on board number 4, oh, Polina Shuvalova is losing her edge. Bibisara is coming back. This is kind of shocking to me. Is that happening?
And she is down to 12 seconds, 10 seconds. She has to make the move.
No, it's not happening. She's winning. She's winning.
Yes.
Guys, there's no I'm surprised that... Was there any chance? I think she's doing it smoothly.
But what about her time? Who stole it? 9 seconds on the clock. She was more... Yeah.
Oh my God, just 9 seconds here. And meanwhile, we do have some moves that have happened here. I don't know. I think there are moves missing. Let's zoom into the position to see what's happening here. Because I think can we go full screen on this one? Yeah, we see that. Oh my goodness. Is Bibisara making a comeback here?
She's trying to checkmate her opponent's king. Look at these 3 pieces towards the king side.
Man, this would be a huge turnaround. I guess our Digiti board has stopped working. We are a few moves behind. But if you look at the board position there, it does feel like black's chances are not so bad in this position.
Yeah, she got her counterplay 1 minute on the clock for Bibisara, only 5 seconds for Polina. Things can go really wrong. She has to make probably
we have the updated board.
Okay, perfect.
Ketty, it's updated. It's equal right now. Oh my God. So a huge shift in the game, guys. Ganges Grandmasters were banking on this board to get a full point. Oh, but she makes a mistake. And a counter mistake by Polina.
And what happened? She should not have taken the
No, she should
knight.
have taken the bishop here on f2. But okay, takes, and now the rook endgame. She puts her rook behind the passed pawn. She wants to push it. Bibisara comes back. The king comes in. It can still be a dangerous position for black. And we have result coming in. Board number 5 has gone in the way of the Ganges Grandmasters. They have won it. So 4-1 is the score right now. As we go back to the board of Shuvalova and Bibisara.
Again, 5 seconds for Polina, but this is already risk-free position for her, but she cannot also win. Bibisara just found this move of king moving, and we have another result.
Huge result. Vincent Keimer has just beaten Vladislav Artemiev, and if we go to the final position here, It's a checkmate on f7.
Oh,
What a
look at
beautiful
that.
finish.
Look at that. Beautiful. Checkmate 2 as rook h8 is also another checkmate possible. That's a good to have a choices. We
Right.
have 3 games in progress.
Let's go.
Raunak is better, if not winning already.
But I think, Katie, I have a feeling that Polina might just win this somehow. Oh, king d6, king takes f5. Can you take the pawn on c6? Oh, she takes it.
You can take it, and you are on time to make king on f8.
And then just come back with
Yeah.
your king here. So, okay, a draw. Very, very likely here. Going to the board number 6. Raunak Sadhwani versus Volodar Murzin. Where's Volodar's queen?
Gone. It's gone. She's gone.
She's gone. And I think Murzin is totally lost here.
Yeah, of 2 pieces for the queen is not enough. There is still some counterplay, but
And
not
we have
enough.
a huge result. A draw by Javokir Sindarov.
Ooh.
That's a great one for the Ganges Grandmasters because he was losing all throughout. I mean, not losing, but at least clearly worse.
Yeah, definitely. He was clearly worse. And now in the game of Sadhwani, he also brings the king into the game. Now gives up the exchange because he has so much extra material.
Yeah. And now takes the knight here. Raunak Sadhwani is going to win this. And he won it. That's another win for the Ganges Grandmasters as the match comes to an end. They have won with 3 decisive games and 3 draws, which means that the score line is 12-3.
That's right. Is it enough, though? We were talking about there is a need of big margin. That's a need to do some calculation here.
Well, Ketty, they have done their job. They moved to 15 game points and their match points are 83.
Yes.
Which means that, in a way, they're now hoping that the upGrad Mumba Masters lose and the Alpine lose by a huge margin and they can make it to the second spot.
So anything is possible still. Anything is still possible. You know what? I will not be surprised if we have this scenario like that. We have Polina and Bibisara. We have Vishy Anand. Now, probably they will also do a lot of calculations right now, and they will be watching the rest of the 2 matches to see if they are going through.
Yeah, and look at Sindarov there, Javokir talking to Raunak. I think the Ganges Grandmasters are thrilled because if not for the top 2 spots, they'll definitely fight for the 3rd spot.
Yeah. Oh no, they just found out something about it. And we have the players just smiling.
The players to come up to the front.
And the Ganges
We'll give the
Grandmasters
result.
have won. Let's go to the stage where our arbiter announces the result.
And so, by a score of 12 points to 3, the winner of this game were Ganges Grandmasters.
The team of Vishy Anand rising up to the occasion there. Vincent playing an impeccable game. Javokir saving a tough one there. Stavrula Solakidu playing well. But definitely the birthday boy, Raunak Sadhwani, well, he's going to be happy and thrilled beating the reigning World Rapid champion.
He will be very, very happy to celebrate his birthday. And I kind of have a feeling when I see these players being so smiley and happy, I think they wish to start this tournament from this point right now. They are walking out, greeting the fans.
And look at Javokir there. He's so happy. The only thing here was Polina was totally winning. If she would have won her game, that would have been an even more dominating victory. But then again, Sindarov was in trouble and that game ended in a draw. So maybe it all evened out towards the end.
Yeah, what a matchup we had today. Very good start of a day, right? We have 2 more matches coming up, and this was a very, very good warm-up. And Vishy Anand gives the signatures to his fans.
Yeah, he's obliging the fans there. He knows that everyone's come out here to meet him, to get a picture with him. And Vishy there saying like, you know guys, I really am happy that you all are here. and I'm happy to give some of my time for that. So it's beautiful.
It's beautiful. Do you know what he said?
Yes.
He said that Sagar is always in front of me. Maybe I should teach him my signature. You did not see that?
Yeah, there's a short, I saw that, but I am never ever going to learn Vishy's signature. I would love him to come as more often as he can to meet the fans. And guys, the Ganges Grandmasters with this dominating win keep their chances alive to finish in top 2. What are the scenarios where they can make it to the top? We will be checking on them. For now, it's time to go on a short break and we'll be right back.
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर सीने से लगाई लेती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, इंडिया's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
टर्बुलेंस मैनेज करने के लिए लगती है स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे फायर्स के स्मार्ट ऑटोमेशन टूल्स। स्मार्ट स्टेप, स्मार्ट ट्रेल और स्मार्ट एग्जिट से करो ट्रेडिंग में रिस्क मैनेज ऑटोमेटिकली।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, इंडिया's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
मैजिक हो या मार्केट्स, पैटर्न समझना ही स्किल है, जैसे फायर्स के एडवांस चार्ट्स। एडवांस इंडिकेटर्स से मार्केट्स के लेटेस्ट पैटर्न समझो और ट्रेड करो डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द चार्ट्स।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, इंडिया's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
टर्बुलेंस मैनेज करने के लिए लगती है स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे फायर्स के स्मार्ट ऑटोमेशन टूल्स। स्मार्ट स्टेप, स्मार्ट ट्रेल और स्मार्ट एग्जिट से करो ट्रेडिंग में रिस्क मैनेज ऑटोमेटिकली।
Fyers, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
And the Ganges Grandmasters keep their championship hopes alive with a 12-3 smashing victory against the Fyers American Gambits. And we head over straight to Arohi for the player of the match. Arohi, wish him a happy birthday from us.
The Grandmasters clinch a win in order to keep their hopes alive. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 28, played between the Fyers American Gambits and Navita Solar Ganges Grandmasters this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us is Mr. Aman Singh, co-founder S45, and the player of the match award goes to Ronak Sadhwani from Navita Solar Ganges Grandmasters. Ronak, firstly, happy birthday. The team has indeed given you a gift, yeah?
Yeah, it's a nice birthday gift to have. The team played well and we didn't lose a single game, so I couldn't ask for more.
You attacked Voladas King pretty much very often, and that played out in your favor?
Yeah, I'd seen this idea before, so I knew this exists with the knight to g5, so I remember it on time to play it.
So where's the party tonight?
Party is if we finish in top 2, so let's hope for that.
Let's wait and watch what happens, but congratulations, you can celebrate this victory as of now. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is it from the post-match presentation. 2 more exciting games and the results await. As of now, back to the studio.
Definitely a good birthday for Ronak Sadhwani there as the Ganges Grandmasters get a 12-3 victory against the Fyers American Gambits. And what a stylish way to do it as well. They knew what the job was at hand for them. And for Hikaru Nakamura, it was disappointment. Drew his game against Vishy. But take this inside. Take this in, boys and girls. Hikaru Nakamura, his road at the GCL ends. You will not be seeing him in action in the arena. For the Fyers American Gambit, it has been a disappointing season.
But I love the fact that Hikaru has decided to, give time to the fans. He really respects them. He really loves the fact that they come out. And here he is calmly signing so many boards and so many autographs he's giving.
Knowing Hikaru, he will give every single child who is standing here his autograph and photo. He's very patient with his fans, and that's why fans love Hikaru.
Well, I can tell you, this guy wanted one more day in the building, but it was Vishy Anand's Ganges Grandmasters who made that impossible for the Fyers American Gambit there. Vishy's got reasons to be proud of his team, holding off that draw on the first board. Not a single loss by any of the players, including all the superstars and the prodigy, and of course Ronak being the MVP there all across a very strong showing. Sagar, is this too little too late for Ganges Grandmasters?
I think they did the best they could, and now they should hope that the Triveni Continental Kings beats the upGrad Mumba Masters and the PBG Alaskan Knights gets a huge victory in against the Alpine Sg Pipers, and they have a very good chance here if both those results happen.
Well, you know what? They have already managed to win the match with a big margin, and you know what? I think they will just continue their day watching the other matches and enjoy.
Yeah, you got to be glued to the screens today if you are the Ganges Grandmasters. Vishy Anand there watching the games play out, and all smiles for their coach Vishnu Prasanna there as he congratulates Sola Kidu on her win on the women's superstar board. This is the most they could have hoped for today, a 12-3. Once again, a super convincing performance there against the Fyers American Gambit. And Vishy, Hikaru signing autographs, but got to be feeling completely different on the inside, these two icons. And that means going into our second big clash, Sagar, this is where we are.
Right, and the Ganges Grandmasters have taken up that second spot, at least for now. Well, there are teams who have yet to play one more match, but it's so nice to be there at the top. And now, having done your job, just hope for the best.
And we will break down this entire points table, the leaderboard as it stands in just a few. First, we've got a very special sponsor message for you.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
And it's time to get straight to the chess action. Let's bring on our leaderboard one more time. This is the final day of the round robin. Only 2 matches remain. It's been action-packed 9 days, and this is how well some of the teams have done, including that one right at the top. Triveni Continental Kings playing like royalty from start to finish. They never really let go of that top spot. Doesn't even matter what happens in the next match for them. They are through, but a completely different story for their opponents, the upGrad Mumba Masters.
Tanya, you know what I was thinking? Triveni has control, right? And if I was there in the team, I would think, do I want to play against upGrad Mumba Masters or do I want to play Alpine Sg Pipers? Because this is in their hands. And you know what? I personally would not go to play against Caruana, Anish and Pragyananda, How You Fan, Nino, who's actually in her best shape, and also Mendonca. So I think if I was Triveni, I would be very sneaky today.
I don't think Triveni would ever give up points. I think, Katie, they would just go and try to crush the upGrad Mumba Masters. But I love that point which you brought up, that, you know, they could try to push the upGrad Mumba Masters to come in. But guys, the Alpine Sg Pipers have their fate in their hands.
And we'll be talking more of that. So much to unpack right here. Well, for the upGrad Mumba Masters, there's only one thing to be done, and that's win, win, and only win, and win big. We come back with more action in just a few. You stay tuned with us. And one team will play with freedom, the other absolutely desperate. Coming up next is the Triveni Continental Kings taking on the upGrad Mumba Masters. And we head over to pit side. Arohi, how are the captains dealing with pressure?
One is very stressed, the other one is stress-free. This is Triveni Continental Kings versus the upGrad Mumba Masters. We have GM Luke Van Wely for Triveni Continental Kings and GM Hari Krishna for upGrad Mumba Masters. Also joining us for the color swap, Gopa Kumar Sudhakar and Deputy Chief Arbiter. May we now have the color swap? Luke, must say you look stress-free on a very stressful day.
Well, that's not completely true because, you know, we have already the finals in the back of our head. And, you know, we want to keep the streak alive, you know. We want to stay in a winning mood. So we will fight today like any other day.
So what is the mantra for today? Is it maintaining the dominance or some experimentation on the cards?
Well, okay, the guys, they have some more freedom, of course, you know, but still they want, they keep the eyes on the ball, you know, they still want to win. So, and well, we will see, but I guess our opponents are a bit more stressed, yeah.
All right, all the best to the team.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Hari Krishna, qualification on the line, what are the plans?
Well, we just have to win today and hope for the best, yeah.
See, knowing Triveni, your opponents are already in the top two. They've qualified to the finals. Does that change the way you look or approach today's game?
I guess for us, nothing changes. Maybe for them, but for me, for our team, it's win, you know, must-win situation. So we will give whatever we have and fight.
Mumba would want to come back from the last loss they have because today it is now or never. All the best for today's.
Thank you.
That is it. One moment and one last chance for Mumba to make it to the finals. This is the game. As of now, back to the studio.
Haro, you have to say, this is the most stress that I've seen Hari Krishna in right now. You know, from co-leaders to absolute crisis for the upGrad Mumba Masters. And the entire narrative turned around yesterday with 2 team losses there. You know, at the start of the day against the Alpine Sg Pipers, at the end of the day against the PBG Alaskan Knights. They find themselves in this situation. A team that felt absolutely unstoppable. Sagar, I think this is going to be a 2-part question for the both of you. What went wrong for them and how can they change it coming into this final day? It is a do or die for the upGrad Mumba Masters.
I think overall, it's not like any of their players are out of form. In fact, Daneshwar Bardia played very well. MVL beat Gukesh. Humpy, well, she lost her game to Hoifan, but she's doing well. Harika is in the form. She was totally winning. And so it was those, you know, those key moments under time pressure where they faltered. If they can take care of that today, they can very well beat the Triveni Continental Kings. It's not an impossible task.
And look at that, Triveni Continental Kings have got their mascot. Everyone's having a great time here. If you're kings, it's a good day to be exactly that because they're playing like kings. I mean, just have enough game points, enough board points to win on the tie break. Have enough game points, enough board points to win on the tie breaks. But on that, perhaps their past performance will come to a rescue here.
Yeah, because they have 83 game points right now. If they win, let's say, by a margin of 10 to something, that takes them to 93 game points. And if you look now, the Ganges are at 83 and the Alpine Sg Pipers are on 78. So actually, the game points are not a big issue. I think if the upGrad wins today, upGrad Mumba Masters, they have an excellent chance.
Yeah. And they're going to be playing this out to a full capacity here at the Royal Opera House. And what a beautiful setting that is. We've seen the arena, we've seen the players, and one man behind all of it is tournament director Bharat Singh Chauhan, and he's live with Arohi right now.
We all have been watching this tournament from different places, but the man who's seen it from close quarters is here with me, Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the tournament director. Welcome. Actually, you should be welcoming me because you've been welcoming all the players and all the guests who've come here. Tell me, how does it feel to watch everything, the action from such close quarters?
It's really a delight. I'm the tournament director and I can go to the boards. It's really amazing experience. A chess player like me, it's a treat.
Let's talk about the format. It is a very interesting format and it's really picked up in the season when the league has come home. How does that help the players?
I think this format is something not, and I think everyone would have enjoyed it.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. One more day to go. Tomorrow is the finals. Everything is on the line today for all the teams. I hope you get a better game to watch today.
Thank you. And I think it's the fight is still open. Many teams can come and play with Triveni Engineering in the TCK, TCK, and it is very open and still very exciting. So it is good for chess. Things are not clear even on the last day.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Everything on the line and every team has a shot. It all comes down to the final two matches of the day. This is where we are. Triveni Continental Kings will be battling for their third season championship tomorrow. They're already through with 21 match points. But the next four teams that you see, it could be any one of them challenging for that season 3 title of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. Let's bring up the matches that are coming on. As we say goodbye to the Fyers American Gambits, we will not be seeing Hikaru Nakamura in action, bottom of the leaderboard. It's been a disappointing season for them, but a lot of fun lies ahead. When we speak about the leaderboard, we have to talk about the two matches that are on. The Triveni Continental Kings go up against the upGrad Mumba Masters. That starts at 6:30 p.m. today, followed by the match that will decide the second finalist. You will not know the answer to that till the very last move is played. It's Alpine Sg Pipers taking on the PBG Alaskan Knights. And we will be right back to unpack all of this for you. Don't go anywhere.
Grab it, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gampa!
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with upGrad. Make your move now.
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ। खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी? माँ मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी। बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with upGrad. Make your move now.
And the upGrad Mumba Masters have to use every bit of gas left in them as they take on Triveni Continental Kings. What a matchup we've set ourselves up for on day 9. The final day of the round robin. upGrad Mumba Masters needs to win this match, and then they will be rooting for the PBG Alaskan Knights to take down the Alpine Sg Pipers. That's their only path to championship. And we're going to break this down board by board. Ketty, we'll start with you right here. And I want to start at the Prodigy board. You know, it's so important for the upGrad Mumba Masters to also get as many points as they want. Where are they looking to strike? And how important will this one be for them?
Tanya, the last board is the most important. It very often goes down to this board. The previous match between these two players ended in a draw. I think Bardia will try his best right now to strike the win, and I might think he's a slight favorite.
And Sagar, I want your opinion on that as well, because as Ketty said, Bardia looking to strike. He's actually the highest scorer on the Prodigy board in Season 3 so far with 20 board points for his team.
Right, but Marc-Andrea Morizzi has also made a very strong comeback. He's kind of scored 3 draws and 2 wins in his last 5 games. So I think this is going to be a very well matched battle. It's very difficult to choose a favorite here. And then we have the next board that's coming up. That's the women's superstar board. On that, we have the big clash between Harika versus Kostenyuk, and we have Humpy versus Zuzhiner.
Sagar and Tanya, I mentioned earlier that maybe Triveni Continental Kings would, give up the match. But then the question is, who will give up the match, right? Someone has to sacrifice. And I don't see these two ladies of Triveni in that business. Kostenyuk against Harika and Zuzhiner. I think Zuzhiner is in a fantastic form, and maybe she's a favorite in this match.
But I want to talk about Harika's mindset here with both of you, because Harika yesterday from a completely winning position went down in her game, the final match of the upGrad Mumba Masters there. And I think that board could have just changed the entire narrative. You know, had the Masters won yesterday, we'd be talking about a completely different match situation. Sagar, how important will it be for her to show up for her team? She's been one of the key players in those key moments for the upGrad Mumba Masters this season.
I think, Tanya, a much better person to answer this question is you, because you've played with Harika in team tournaments, and I think she has had sometimes not the best of results. How does she take these losses?
She takes them in a way that she wants revenge as quickly as possible. She wants to announce her comeback. She uses, a setback to fuel herself even forward. And I feel like that's always been the champion's mentality that Harika has had. She knows what's at stake, what's on the line. And the fact that yesterday went bad for her, as well as I know her, I know she's going to use that to prove to her team that I've got your back, upGrad Mumba Masters. I've been with you for the first 2 seasons. I know I've done it before. And today, when it matters the most, she's looking to deliver on her board. But she's up against the chess queen. And that is going to be a big battle itself. Not only is Harika fighting her own mind, but the opponent opposite her.
Yeah, that's not the easy one, but I think the first part what you mentioned for Harika to be in a mood of revenge, that already plays a big role for her, and she has to try her best. Coming up to the superstar Sagar, we have here these heavy forces. Shak with his big smile always triggers me. He's really, really tough opponent. I would say that he might be a slight favorite against Vidit. When it comes to the second board, I would pick Vei to try his best to win.
Yeah, my take here is that the second board between Vei and Wesley So looks even. They both are very solid. Meanwhile, I completely agree with you that Shakriyar Mamedyaro might want to be the one to press on with it. He's the lowest scoring player in the team of Triveni.
Right.
And this is going to be a big fight for Vidit. He must try to make sure that the upGrad Mumba Master Shakriyar, who's a big scorer, he's able to hold him off. And I wonder at the end of this all, how much will it come down to our big board? To that top board clash. Now, in the last encounter, it was Alireza Firuza who did beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and as they play for the second time in an incredibly important matchup here for the upGrad Mumba Masters, it's not just about personal grudges here for Maxime. It's about what's on the line for his team.
Yeah, and I think the two Frenchmen are going to go all out against each other. Maxime did lose in the Sicilian with white pieces. I'm pretty sure he'll go for Sicilian if Alireza plays e4 and would like to crush him.
Yeah, and remember, guys, we were talking about this earlier, that when you're playing your countrymen, this is extra tension, extra something, because you want to prove that you are the one in your country, you are the best in your country. This is something extra we have in this match. And also, Alireza was the only player who won the game and brought the victory for the team. Any other games ended in a draw, in fact.
And there we see it is the Triveni Continental Kings first to arrive. All smiles, and why would they not be? They're already through to the finals. They are playing with an absolutely free mind. They've got nothing on the line except perhaps just wanting that momentum to establish even psychological dominance before going for that final battle for championship. And I want to talk about that because sometimes, well, very often, you know, in sport, that can lead you to have a slightly more casual attitude. When you know you've already made it, you can get your eye off the ball. But when you're playing against a team like the upGrad Mumba Masters, that would be a big mistake. What are you expecting from the Kings? How alert are they going to be? How seriously are they taking the game as they are facing Maxime and company here?
I think it's not right now about just this game. They also have to think about the finals, as we discussed, the momentum going into it. You don't want to lose really badly and then face the same team in the finals, perhaps. So it's very important in that sense, I feel.
And Harika there with hands folded, you know, she wasn't even willing to look left, right. She's locked in. She's already thinking about what she needs to do on that women's superstar board. You know, we've gone board by board. That brings me to my final question to the two of you. The flags are in front. Will the Continental Kings establish their mindset, their mental dominance, the psychological strength that they're showing? Or will it be the upGrad Mumba Masters who will do exactly what they need to do, which is win and nothing else? Oh, wow. For the first time, history's been created in our studio where both our experts are saying that upGrad Mumba Masters indeed will get a win here, which would mean our leaderboard wide open as we bring up the standings for you right now. This is what needs to happen. Triveni Continental Kings are already through. Ganges Grandmasters, winning the previous match, are at 15 right now. For the upGrad Mumba Masters, look at that middle row. Middle column, 83 game points. Behind on the match points, they win. They go up by 15 match points and they'll join the Alpine Sg Pipers in the race.
They'll take the second spot.
They'll take the second spot until the very last match of the day. It will all come down to the battle between the Pipers and the Alaskan Knights. But right now, we've got the matchup coming up. This one, you absolutely cannot miss. upGrad Mumba Masters can't miss it on any board. It is the pieces moving as we return from this break. The Triveni Continental Kings taking on the upGrad Mumba Masters.
Grab it, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gampa!
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with upGrad. Make your move now.
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ। खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी? माँ मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी। बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with upGrad. Make your move now.
All right, now for the next game. We have two champions. It is the Triveni Continental Kings up against the upGrad Mumba Masters. But first, we have the team that is coming in. Please give it up for the upGrad Mumba Masters.
Burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide. Biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise. History made by girls and boys. This is fire can't contain. Every heartbeat calling your name.
Please welcome former World Blitz champion Maxime Vashiolograph, Wesley So, former World Blitz champion Shakriyar Mamedirao, reigning women's World Rapid champion Koneru Hampi, Harika Dronavalli, Badya Daneshwar, and their coach GM Hari Krishna. At the center of the board stand the king who dominate. Please welcome Triveni Continental Kings.
Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath as the tension grows.
Give it up for the players. Alireza Firoja, World Cup runner-up Wei Yi, Vidit Gujarati, Women's World #1 Zuzina, former Women's World Champion Alexandra Kostenyak, former World Junior Champion Makandria Moridze, and their coach GM Luke Van Whaley. All the best to both the teams. You may now go to your boards. For the first move, now I please call upon Mr. Prachura, along with Bharat Singh Chauhan, the tournament director.
And what a showdown we've set ourselves up for. For the home team, the upGrad Mumba Masters, they need to beat the Kings. They need to beat Triveni Continental Kings to have a shot at the finals and to call the action on this one. I am honored to be joined by a former World Rapid Champion, the ever-popular, the one and only Daniel Dubov in the house.
Yeah, it's nice to be here. Thank you.
And Daniel, we're going to start with the women's superstar board right now. Harika taking on Alexandra Kostenyak. We've got the King's Pawn opening, and Harika's choice is E6, the French defense. Given the setup and what's at line here, what's at stake here, do you think the upGrad Mumba Masters have it in them to get the job done?
We will see, yeah. But yeah, I remember it has always been hard to beat the Triveni. I played season 1, even back then we didn't know they are exactly an issue. Not too many people remember, actually. I think like in the very beginning of season 1, they were actually like doing like badly for like maybe 4 days. And then, yeah, then they crushed everybody. And then, yeah, could never be stopped again, yeah?
And that way,
Well,
this
same.
season has been very different, because from the very start, they've been at the top. By the way, a very non-standard opening approach in this one already by both players, I want to say, and I'm going to leave it to you to break this down for us.
Yeah, it happens from time to time. ED is, I mean, it used to be when we were kids, yeah, it used to be like a drawing weapon. Now actually people started to play for the win like that. It's probably not too ambitious in terms of French, but if you don't know it was French, if you think it was Petrov,
let me start from here.
Then it actually looks pretty interesting for white. And yeah, many people have done it, Magnus included.
And we'll come back to the women's superstar board. A very interesting opening there. But now it's time to get the action started on the men's superstar board. As we see Vidit and Shak shaking hands there. Also, with Wesley's game getting underway right now. A French and one and a Caruana on the other.
Yeah, 2 bad openings.
2 bad openings for black?
Yeah.
All right, well, Daniel Dubov doesn't seem to be recommending what the upGrad Mumba Masters are doing, but in a must-win match, do you think that's part of the strategy here, not to go for a super solid approach against the e4?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. These people know better. Normally, when I especially need to win, this is, I mean, also when I try to play good openings, not bad openings, but... Yeah, this is actually very... I mean, exactly, yeah. You play your Caracan to sort of get a game, and then you get this, like, boring, slightly worse ending instead. This is one of the problems nowadays at the higher level. Yeah, I like what Vidit is doing. Also, I'm not like involved in this. I've lost like so many games of this kind against him. Now I'm happy to be watching it.
I'm glad you're here with us. We've got the queens off the board in this one. On the other superstar board with Wei Yi taking on Wesley, the queens are still on the board. And an interesting position, a lot of pressure on that central pawn already by Wei Yi against Wesley. So looking at this lineup, where are you looking at the upGrad Mumba Masters trying to strike against the Kings? On what board do you expect there to be, let's call it fireworks?
Yeah, I would say like women's board are generally less predictable. No offense here, it's just that you...
Yes, hold that thought, because the Prodigy board is underway and the big icon clash handshakes. And it is the King's Pawn opening by Alireza Firouzja and the Sicilian by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, another knight off incoming.
Yeah, look, I mean, better as a player, better as opening, yeah? You can see it, yeah? I mean, this guy goes c5, not c6, eh? He knows you need to expand a little.
All right, well, playing dynamic openings here, but do you think for Maxime, it is about just making sure that he can hold off Alireza with the form that he's had, or do you think Maxime will take his chances and they want to play on every single board?
The way I see Maxime, he doesn't care too much. And, I mean, it's a good thing. And yeah, I mean, he knows if he will play well, and his knight will be good. Oh, I think he once actually misplayed it the same way. Some bishop takes c6 happened like one move later. I think he did it once. Like literally in this position, I think he went like bishop e7 and bishop takes c6.
Right now?
Yeah, and bishop takes c6 was very strong.
This would be a huge blunder. The knight would jump in, and this is actually just crushing. You move the queen anywhere, you take the pawn with the check, the black king is stuck in the center. And this is absolute disaster. So not expecting Maxime to repeat that mistake?
Probably not. But yes, this bishop c4 followed by a3, bishop a2 is fashionable nowadays. I like what Ali is doing.
Why do you like it? What do you like about it?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, for me, Ali is... I mean, I know him since he was, like, whatever, 3. I mean, not 3, but, like, maybe 12.
What is his biggest strength?
Yeah, like... dynamics, and also he's completely insane, I think. No, I mean, I remember I played him, like our first game, I think, happened when he was 14 or maybe 15. I got this feeling immediately. I told like many people, this kid is going to be like top 10. People were laughing at me. Yeah, I was wrong indeed. I mean, he was actually top 2, yeah. But yeah, I mean, he's so like obsessed with looking for a fight. Like against Magnus, whenever you lose, or you don't lose, I mean, anyway, it just feels like he's playing well, but there is nothing like super impressive in terms of psychology in Magnus. He's simply playing very good moves. And this guy is... It feels like it's easier to beat him than to make a draw, actually, so... No, seriously.
Just given the kind of positions that you get on the board.
Yeah, also given the way he plays, like, whenever he can gamble, he will always gamble. I mean, it's like... no, I mean, I like him a lot.
Well, the one team that needs to find a way to gamble is, in fact, the upGrad Mumba Masters right now. We've got our leaderboard right there. Ganges Grandmasters with a win have suddenly leapfrogged to that second position. Speaking of the upGrad Mumba Masters, huge update coming on the Harika board. We'll come back to the icon one. But I want to draw your attention to something very strange that has happened here. We've got all our evaluation bars at the top. And look at that. Alireza Maxime in the balance. Wei Yi Wesley So, the same story. Vidit, Shark, also pretty much in the balance all throughout, except that minus 1.69. And that's a huge advantage out of the opening for the black pieces.
Yeah, that's what I told you. Yeah, if you don't know where to strike, you generally pick women's board because they tend to like fight more aggressively. Things can happen. Like again, I don't mean it in an offensive way, but yeah, less draws, more chances. So let's see how did it happen exactly.
So c5, and this is when things started to get fun on the board, and I feel that it was only fun for Harika right now. Bishop takes knight was the decision by Kostanchuk. Gives a check.
Yeah, I mean, both we did not see this coming, I have a feeling. Okay, bishop d7, king f8 was probably also good, but yeah, bishop d7, despite the engine not liking it, actually, okay, makes sense.
Very human move.
Yeah, and queen e2 check, yeah, so now maybe we go king f8.
Harika actually played queen e7, and instead of playing the queen to block the check, in fact, the move you suggested was the best move in the position. And this, for some reason, is huge for black here.
Yeah, probably it's very difficult to stop CD, yeah? Like even bishop takes d7 runs into CD, apparently. But then again, it's kind of hard to criticize people for for their wish to like castle the normal way, yes? This king f8 is a little insane. Okay, you go queen e7, it's obviously comfortable. You make sure you either trade queens or you get to castle. Black is still better, but it's back to like normal, right? It's just like a little worse for white, but the game is back.
It's actually quite a huge missed opportunity. I mean, the difference in evaluation there, making this human move and going for the line that you suggested, Harika could have seized huge advantage out of the opening with king to f8. I just want to deep dive a little bit into that. And the whole point is that you can't take on c5, d4 perhaps at the right moment.
Yeah, queen a5 is also good.
In fact, even much stronger is queen to a5, hitting the knight, hitting the bishop. But
yeah, also rook 8 is coming even, yeah?
Yes, with the rook landing at the central file. But this is what we have right now. King takes bishop. And somehow, suddenly, we see that things are fine for white. How do you continue this position if you're Alexandra Kostanchuk here?
I normally like castling.
Yeah.
Like generally in chess, I won so many games because of like my opponents, like, bad like education, they wouldn't castle and get checkmated. So myself, I always try to castle first. Then, like I'm ready to lose in like many ways, but please don't checkmate me before I castle.
But then you must absolutely hate the no castling chess variant of the game.
Why do you think I don't?
All right, fair. So castling is suggested here. So it looks like Alexandra Kostanchuk back in the game in this one. Let's move on to our men's superstar board, and we go to Wei versus Wesley So. The queens are on the board. I'm doing the math really quickly. That's one extra pawn for Wesley. It's 6 versus 5. But some light square weaknesses. The black bishop on c8 has a lot of potential to get onto the long diagonal. Would you rather be white or black here? Are you materialistic or do you go for the initiative? I feel like I know the answer.
No, normally having initiative is better, yeah? I mean, also it helps you can blunder, yeah? And people will think you sacrifice stuff.
Has that happened to you?
Many times. No, generally, like whenever you read about those like crazy famous sacrifices, like at least like half of them were blunders, but or caused by miscalculation.
So when you play against very strong players, sometimes the idea is not to trust them too much. When you see something on the board, it could very well be a blunder.
Shouldn't trust chess players generally would be my advice, Tanya. And,
especially, I'll keep that in mind, Daniel. I'll keep that in mind.
Especially over the board.
All right, so knight f6, it was the Scotch opening in this one. Coming back to the live position really quickly, we saw the trades happen. The bishop develops to defend the pawn, a strike in the center. This is all standard theory so far. Knight comes out, tripling down on that pawn. We saw a pin. That pawn was won eventually. But there is still an open E line. We saw a trade controlling the square rook to E8 here. Not possible. The other rook comes out. Your favorite move, castle in the position. White has an extra pawn, but black with more piece activity here. A checkmate in one was threatened, blocked. Queen slides over, and this is where we are.
Yeah. Yeah, first of all, black could take on c3 at some point. Like, yeah, maybe it was a little wiser to do it instead of queen c5, but even now you can take on c3 with those double pawns. We are not too worried as black, I guess. Like, long term, we go rook d8 or we go queen h5. And some queen h5, you probably have to like not have to, but you'll probably end up playing h4.
Yes.
I mean, this is like the last I could read from the engine before you closed it, so I know that.
I mean, I've got you next to me. I don't need the engine on, Daniel.
I'll take it as a compliment.
It is.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, bishop b7. Like, if you don't know the evil, it's actually pretty worrisome for white, huh?
It starts to look very nice. So you think the extra pawn really doesn't matter? It's the pawn structure and just... White does have the bishop pair, but too many weaknesses around the king side?
Yeah. You know, generally, the reason I like to sacrifice is because, like, you can lose 1 pawn, 3, 4, 5, like, whatever, but it's enough to checkmate once.
And one checkmate is usually enough.
Yes, so, yeah. Like, you try, like, once, yeah? If it doesn't work, you sacrifice again.
All right, but we have a6 on the board. Wesley here?
I mean, exactly. Yeah, it didn't work, so
Right.
he goes a6, and he gives up a6 now. Yeah, it's okay. He's a wise man.
And it looked like the pawn could have been captured, but I feel like you're going to tell me why this was a bad idea.
Yeah, probably you take a6, and I don't know, some queen h5 somehow works. I don't know how exactly.
And you've made the white queen completely offside?
Yeah, and something happens. I don't know, some, like, knight takes f2 could be, or bishop c5 first.
Very interesting. So a lot of attack here on the queen side, but instead...
And we are only 2 pounds down, yeah?
Only. That's nothing.
4 left to sacrifice, I mean.
4 left to sacrifice to try to checkmate.
Exactly. It's like, you know...
All right, but that bait wasn't taken. In fact, we had a6, the bishop retreat. Your idea of queen h5 was played. Checkmate in one threatened, and h4, like you said, the way to defend. He did it, and Wesley is doing a rook lift, getting the rook from the other side.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. First of all, a6 is now protected. It's not that we care too much, but maybe Wesley does. Yeah, bishop b7 looks better now with rook on b6, not b8, and rook e6 is there as well.
Hitting the queen.
Very scary for white, actually.
So even though our bar is saying that white is better, you think Wesley's feeling ambitious about his position right now?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I mean, again, I don't think Wesley cares so much, but I'm pretty sure he tends to like his position, yeah, for sure.
What do you mean he doesn't care so much? I mean, they need to strike on all boards right now. This is the game of the tournament for them, Daniel.
Yeah, I know, but what can you do? I mean, as black, okay, you try to play, you got this position, you got initiative. If it works or not, we'll find out later, yeah? Like, it's not...
Before we move on to the next position, one question I want to throw in here is that stylistically, who do you think this middle game suits more between Wei and Wesley?
I'd say generally it's probably a little bit more like of Wei's territory. But again, like Wei is very, very good with initiative. But yeah, let me show you a cool thing. So like imagine white goes, I don't know, like bishop d2.
Bishop d2?
Yeah, I go bishop b7.
Okay, getting the bishop out.
So now you do something like stupid, not a5, like rook d1.
I'll put this one.
Yeah. And now I go bishop d6.
Okay.
And you do something stupid again, like a5.
Oh.
And then I can finally take h4, yeah?
Oh, this is beautiful. I was going to throw it out for our chat to guess this. You know, you set up this stunning idea ending in a queen sacrifice. True Dubov, very Dubov-esque of you.
Yeah, it's like you need to know like what exact blunder you're expecting, yeah? Because otherwise those sacrifices don't work, yeah? But
these are the patterns you need in mind to kind of get them somehow into play, these ideas and these motives.
But most of the chess players have it, actually.
Yes.
And
at least the strong guys.
Yeah. But it's sometimes like way more difficult for us to like even like recognize some like rather like simple mating tool.
Yeah.
Then this like very thematic like combination, it can be like 10 moves long, yeah, but you know some of the things like windmill or some of the motifs.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful that, you know, you set up the idea of a queen sacrifice by placing the bishops on the right squares and then queen takes pawn. Never thought we'd have to look out for that one. But be careful of these attacking motives. All right, let's continue our journey. And I want to take us to a completely different kind of a position here, Daniel.
Yeah, great fun.
Couldn't be more exciting. Well, the queens are off the board, but still a lot to play for. I mean, it's sort of like a queenless middle game, like we like to call that in our commentary.
Yeah, it's certainly better for white.
Yes.
Like all the things you could compare are actually better for white, yeah? I mean, both white bishops are, like, look at the way like we did plays, yeah? Like both black's bishops are actually like limited very much, yeah? There's e4, f3 and b2, c3
Yes, very nice.
Yeah. I mean, you make sure there is not much for the bishops to do. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why. Yeah, exactly.
I love that call you made just in time before
yeah.
Shakhriyar went. Daniel, I see you, I hear you.
Yeah. But the problem is that, okay, we take on a5, and then, okay, you're facing g2 and f3 setup. Yeah, I mean, it's still...
Still not done.
Exactly. And then white has a4, a5, white has a d5, like maybe you go rook a d1. And Vidit is very, very good at this, actually.
It is one of his strengths, these kind of strategic, positional, slightly better, risk-free setups.
Yeah. I mean, also, I'd say, like, generally playing maniacs like myself or Shah is what he does very well.
Do you think out of the upGrad Mumba Masters, your style is closest to Shakhriyar's?
Yeah, for sure. Probably, yeah.
And what about from the Triveni Continental Kings? I think I know your answer.
Yeah, I'd say actually VE maybe. Not,
I was thinking about the top two
not
boards.
Ali,
Yeah,
not Ali, but maybe VE. Yeah.
VE.
Yeah.
Both very attacking, aggressive players. How would you differentiate their strengths?
Yeah, I would say, no, I'd say in terms of styles, they're a little bit different. VE is actually someone who plays reasonably solid chess, but who you sort of never want to like really provoke to, you know, play some sharp game. And in that sense, it's very difficult actually to get to him because you don't know what's the plan. Like he's always solid, and whenever you force him to play like a big game, you're not too happy about it either. While Ali is the one looking for complications, of course.
All right, so upGrad Mumba Masters have to find a way in somehow on some of the boards. We see this one, it's advantage with it. So for Triveni Continental Kings, this board looking good so far. Let's move on. I believe big news coming in from our icon board. You were talking about Alireza and Vehi, their styles. Let's head straight back because it looks like Alireza has made quite a bit of progress against Maxime here.
Yeah, let's do the math first. Huh?
Yes.
So why sacrificed an exchange for apparently a pawn? I don't know. I didn't sleep too well, but that's...
You're right. Your
okay.
math is on point.
Yeah, okay. Good luck for me. But yeah, looks good for white. What can we say? This knight on d5 looks dominant, right?
Yes.
Also, you cannot play a5. Like, black is dreaming about like opening the lines at the queen side, but it's hard to do it right now.
You're up in exchange. If you have that sort of a material imbalance, you want those open files for the rook. And as long as you don't have that, the knight looks really dominant. Also, maybe
also
potentially...
this bishop on d8 cannot really move. Yeah, white controls b6 very well.
Yes.
And another fun point is that actually in those Sicilians, sometimes if black is a little too slow with opening the files at the queen side, then actually white starts to control them. Like you go b3, king b2, rook a1, suddenly it's white who is like enjoying the control over the a file, and then a6 might be weak.
Yeah, something's gone wrong in this Naida for Maxime. Can you just point out where, as Alireza does make a decision in this position, he goes for another approach with c3 right now. But Daniel, let's backtrack just a little bit. Around here is where we left it last, and we saw the bishop come out.
Yeah, we said don't go bishop a7, and he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
It didn't fall for it twice.
Yeah.
Now he does though, but because now if you take the pawn on e6, it doesn't work because there is an in-between knight takes knight.
I think knight takes e6 here is not that bad. Like, that's what my guess would be. But yeah, anyway, like Ali castle. I mean, look, also good players castle, yeah? And yeah, even before, yeah? I mean, I'm ready to bet, like, he had to castle first.
Yeah, it's not a bad...
That's why before
So some of the traditional chess principles still stand. Castling is a good idea.
Yeah, I think people generally sort of underestimate how simple chess can still be, like, even in the higher level.
And we see Maxime here not playing simple chess at all because he sacrificed one pawn already on b4 for that open file, and Alireza uses his rook to defend it. After castling, we saw f3.
Yeah. Yeah, this is very thematic, actually. Like, whenever black goes e5, white is ready to give a lot of material to get those, like, light squares and control d5 really well.
So just waiting for this move so that the bishop gets super active and you're happy to give up your rook.
Yeah. And d5, in that sense, I mean, again, like the engine says, it's a mistake, but I get the point very well. I would probably do exactly the same. And then, yeah, bishop takes c4. Also, Maxime is this kind of a player who doesn't like to be given material, yeah? So whenever you sacrifice something, he's trying to give it back just to look cool or for some other reason.
I have a feeling it's more for the other reasons. Like trying to just get position back. I mean, in this kind of a position, if you can happily sacrifice the rook for this knight and this pawn, if Maxime can find a way, he might try to achieve that, but not so easy.
Yeah. Yeah, even like now we can see that the ancient says it's roughly equal, but it's so much easier to play for white.
But it does feel that black might be able to get the rook to c8 and...
Yeah, but what do you want long term? Like whenever you go a5, I will have b5, right?
Yes, just keeping the files closed.
Yeah, I'll probably go rook a1 next move.
So you're not playing for an attack, you're actually just playing for a strategic advantage with white if you're Alireza here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you just try to play good moves, yeah? I mean, you go rook a1 and you take it from there.
So is it advantage Triveni Continental Kings on this board?
Yeah, I think so. Like advantage is a bit too strong, yeah? But it's always very tempting to say Alireza is better. He's winning all the games. You want to be, you know, Nostradamus or something?
I want to pretend to be, try to be at least. But
yeah.
All right, but so far with the white pieces, it looks like, you know, a team that doesn't have to be winning on every board or no must-win strategy for them, but they're still trying to push. They're playing dynamic chess.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue looking at the other boards. We've also got our bars indicating which player is doing well, and the only board where I see the upGrad Mumba Masters currently with an advantage is the Women's Superstar board, a minus 0.45 evaluation for Harika.
Yeah. But it has to be mentioned as well that they're not really worse at any of the boards, right? Like much worse.
Yeah.
Like it's not that one of the games is gone.
Versus Wesley, should we check that out?
Yeah.
A 1 point advantage there.
Let's do that. Okay.
All right, so for Wesley, so for the upGrad Mumba Masters playing with the black pieces, we thought he had enough initiative for the pawn that was given up, but something's turned around here, Daniel.
Yeah. No, that's what sometimes happens when you play those best players. I mean, you feel like you have initiative, but then they just play like 5 best moves in a row, and somehow, yeah, the initiative is gone.
At
the same time, yeah, you probably take g4, you give up e3, then we are like, it's a completely different scenario where like there is no initiative anymore whatsoever, but also the pawns are doubled. Yeah.
And Daniel, we had these amazing scenes come out from our fan zone. People are enjoying the commentary. They're playing some chess, and you were there giving a simul as well. How was your experience there?
Yeah, it was very tough, but I think I managed to win most of the games. Ready to play the big competition now. I don't know. Or probably not.
Coming up soon?
Yeah. Seriously though, I have to say, like the average level of Indian amateur players is absurdly impressive, I have to say. And yeah, people used to think this about Russia, but now
everyone's happy to hear that. You know, the smiles on their faces that Daniel's saying that you guys are underrated.
Yeah, still a bit all of you.
One more simul coming up soon. All right, well...
No, I'll leave this place undefeated, I think. No, enough is enough.
Quit at your peak.
Yeah, exactly.
So queen takes knight will be met by rook takes bishop in this position,
and then we basically play forever, yeah? I mean, white is obviously better. I mean, again, like, white is a pawn up. It's like double pawns. It's not given that white will necessarily win. But also, yeah, this queen on d4 is placed very, very well. In the center, you go rook e1. Okay, you have this pawn. I have to say, again, without an engine, it doesn't look this hopeless. I'd say, okay, it's double pawns, it's Wesley. Wesley normally doesn't lose. Why would he lose?
Solid.
Yeah.
All right, so still, probably the bar doesn't indicate the exact way the players are feeling right now. Wesley still feels that he should be able to hold this position.
Probably, but we have to say he's actually doing badly on the clock as well, right? I mean, he's, what, 5 minutes down?
Yes.
He's down to like 5:30 and we has more than 10, yeah? It's not like an ideal scenario for black, I have to say.
Not an ideal scenario for the upGrad Mumba Masters on this board. Now they have to win, Daniel, this match to have any shot to make it to the finals. Do you think you've been in these high pressure situations as part of teams so many times, you know, also as a former World Rapid champion, played speed chess at its highest, in its highest platform. Is there a pressure factor here for the upGrad Mumba Masters? What do you think is their mindset coming into this match?
I don't think there is a mindset, actually. You just go and play.
On your board, or do you have a team strategy?
Probably have this team strategy to play well. I don't know. No, I have to say, the longer I play, like the less I believe in all the, you know, psychology in chess and like all of that. You just go and play. like all the famous comeback wins were not, you know, happening because of some like super cool psychology. People just play well sometimes, and that's what you should be trying to do.
Was it Bobby Fischer who said, "I don't believe in psychology, I believe in
good moves? Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So you'd agree with that? You're on Team Bobby on that.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just that I play good moves less often, maybe. Okay, h4.
Is Vidit making good moves in this game?
I think Black made a lot of progress, actually. I mean, Black is still like a little bit worse. Like most of the statements remain true. Like all the things we could compare are still indicating White's favor. The knight is still brilliant on c4, the bishop is still stupid on g7 and stuff, but yeah, normally the rule for those sendings is that if you cannot really improve your pieces, then try to trade them at least. And in that sense, Black made a lot of progress, yeah? I mean, he used to have this bad bishop on b7.
It's gone.
Yeah, some stupid knight. Okay, we managed to trade stuff. We did not lose material on the way.
You've actually traded one pair of rooks, a set of knights, and a set of bishop from a difficult position.
Yeah, very well done.
For Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. So it's progress there? Or you mean, oh, just me being able to figure out?
That's what I meant.
Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, so Shakhriyar making progress here, but with it still with some of the pluses. If you're White, where are you looking at breaking through? Is there a plan that stands out for you that Vidit might have on his radar?
Yeah, I think generally you try to get... Yeah, I was about to say h5 and g5, and I wanted h5 in order to... I mean, I had a feeling like after g5, Black can stop h5 somehow, but maybe not actually. Or maybe king g6 works.
But e6?
Yeah, king h5, maybe we do it actually, yeah?
Oh, wow.
And this guy is a maniac, yeah? So he's capable of doing this.
Let's just check in, because I saw him make a move. He doesn't go for this idea, so after g5 that happened,
okay.
He comes back with the knight. Is this Vidit's chance to go h5?
Yeah, now White will certainly go h5, and he's back to... Like, he has never been out of the driver's seat, but I would say this king g6 was a little bit...
Whoa. Speaking of king g6, there's a king on b3 at the icon board, and I'm going to take you straight there.
Yeah.
I saw the bar making some swings. Okay, this is absolutely insane. What is this king doing here?
Yeah. I mean, again, let me advocate castling, yeah? Look, like, if you castle first, then you can even bring your king to b3, and it's still okay.
So that's the right thing that Alireza did. He got that long castle in. Okay, but
and
you got to
blundered c5, right?
Yeah, let's just backtrack a little bit here, because last time we checked in, we thought it was a great position for Alireza. This is around the time. c3, bishop trades. Maxime trying to improve his position. The idea that you mentioned, rook sliding over, attacks the queen, and he decided to fall back to d3. The other rook coming in with a check from the other side.
Yeah.
Wow, and this is how the king got to b3.
Yeah. It was probably the safest square, actually, right? Still he...
Amazing.
Yeah.
And
blundering c5 was not exactly necessary, but maybe he didn't blunder it, yeah?
Yeah, what do you mean? Why are you calling this a blunder?
No, I mean, at first I wasn't sure that he kind of realized queen takes c5 is a legal move after bishop c3, yeah?
Aha, you mean this position?
Yeah.
The live position, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you think he just missed this?
Yeah, now I start to think that actually he didn't. He simply wanted to take on a6, and he believes he is doing very well there.
Why comes...
And I can actually understand why.
You want to take on a6?
Yeah, first.
All right, rook a6.
Yeah, that I can understand, actually. Like, I would be very happy with White here as well.
Because you have this...
Also, e5 is hanging, yeah, before it's protected, it's much easier to play for White.
And if the pieces come off the board, you're very happy because you have this beautiful passed pawn.
Yeah, I mean, there are those equal positions that you never lose with one side.
He's taken it, by the way.
And you're super worried with the other one. Yeah.
Queen takes pawn on the board. Alireza?
Yeah, I mean, given Alireza's thoughts, I don't know, maybe c5 was blundered, but...
It's the only evaluation which is exactly on 0 right now is this board, but it's a completely chaotic position.
Yeah.
It's not a draw from any angle.
Yep. No, I also don't think, actually, like in this format, especially given there is no increment before move 40, I don't even think, like, having those, like, zeros by move 25 gives you, like, a better odds for a draw, actually. Not at all. I mean, things are going to happen inevitably, I promise. Like, it's not that they're going to play, like, all the ideal moves and the game will finish in a draw, yeah? So it's... not the way humans play.
All right, so Alireza, Maxime in the balance right now. Again, a reminder, upGrad Mumba Masters must win their match. So let's do a trip around the world to see which board they are better at right now, playing with the black pieces, the Mumba Masters. I see it's the bottom two boards where they have a chance. Let's go straight to our Prodigy board. Black with a huge advantage for the upGrad Mumba Masters here, Daniel.
Yeah, this one, like I would say, this one is gone.
And that's purely because of the number of pawns?
No, I think it's just that white, like there is no good news for white. Like first of all, you're lost. But secondly, like all of the pieces are bad. I mean, this pawn on before is, you know, placed very, very well.
Just taking care of the 2 versus 1 on one side of the board. So do you just simply defend that pawn, or are you going to go on a counter offense by picking up e4?
I think both were. I mean, maybe you just go g5, g4, and you just break through like that, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Then you take e4, then h5, h4 comes, I mean...
So you might not even think about queening. You might be checkmating white's king with the queen knight and the 2 pawns going up the board.
Yeah, as I told you before, yeah? I mean, it's a very good strategy. Like, checkmating once is normally enough. Okay, f5 I kind of like less, but yeah, it also makes sense. Okay, I get his point, yeah? First of all, you get, like, after queen d8 check, now we have this square on f7 available for the king, which also allows to protect the 7. Secondly, if white takes on f5, then b4 is protected as well.
He immediately takes on b4 first, gives up the center pawn.
Which makes sense. Yeah, that's why I wanted to go g5, yeah? I mean, I wanted our knight to be on e4, actually, not a pawn, but...
And let me just show that. So what you were advocating for here, instead of the move f5, the idea of going g5, and if queen takes pawn, you immediately push this pawn, and this starts looking very powerful for black. All right, a different approach, but still keeps a big advantage here. This is our live board. So upGrad Mumba Masters can start getting hopeful, even though they have the triple tower here with the 3 pawns.
Let's actually check Harika, yeah? Because like she's better, but she's actually short of time, I think.
Yeah, that's something that Harika has struggled with in this tournament so far.
Okay, yeah, I mean, everybody did, right?
Yes, I mean, it's 20 minutes without an increment. And
yeah. I mean, you're struggling literally from 1, yeah? What can you do?
That's true. But I think the problem happens when there is a big gap between you and your opponent on the clock.
I think the problem starts when you're about to lose on time. I mean, it's not it's not about the gap, yeah? I mean, if you're down to 10 seconds and your opponent is down to 10 seconds, it doesn't help this much, yeah? I mean, it's like... You're actually racing against the clock, yeah? Not against the guy normally, so yeah, I don't know.
Racing against time. All right, but what about this position? You said
they're probably going to repeat, I have a feeling.
It's an exchange. It's an extra exchange for Harika.
Yeah, but white has a pawn for that. Like, this knight on e4 is super stable. And also you're, like, down to, what, 140? Yeah.
Okay, so and that's it. Yep. This one does end in repetition. White super solid in the center. Alexandra Kostanovic saves it for the Triveni Continental Kings on this board. Harika put some pressure, but not enough. Let's quickly go back to our icon board. One game has ended in a draw.
Okay, as promised, yeah?
As promised by who?
By me.
That Harika Alexandra will
end? No, I'm saying this one, yeah?
Oh,
I mean,
yes,
okay,
this one.
Like, it used to be equal, but I told you, yeah, much easier to play for white. It only took Ali, like, few moves to...
Where is the extra exchange gone? What happened here? We have to backtrack. We left it here. Bishop moved forward. Queen takes pawn. You said this. The rook captures. The queen infiltrates.
Yeah.
And black is still up in exchange. But look at this beautiful bishop and knight at the center. Check. King comes back.
Ah, so he probably sort of missed rook b7, yeah? Because the rook was trapped anyway.
No squares for the rook here.
Yeah, like b7 is available only because you have this...
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, but also, like, seeing that is sort of within manageable, yeah? But what do you play, like, rook b7, if white plays some useful move, the rook is still hanging, right? Like, what do you play after, I don't know, b5 or whatever? Yeah, something. You probably try to ignore it, yeah, and pretend there is not much going on.
Maybe it was the same idea. He played rook b6, so knight takes rook, and he captures it with the bishop. But this time, you've lost the exchange on the way.
So do you think he didn't realize, like, you don't have to take b6 as white? I'm pretty sure
No, I think b7, it was missed, like you're saying, right?
Rook yeah, maybe. No, but it was generally, like, it's not that, like, rook b7 was the end of the game. Yeah, this is, like, a typical Ali game. Like, he starts this, like, super sharp complications, and suddenly, like, even when you're not worse, it feels like like all of your moves are study-like in some sense to keep the balance, while all the things he's doing look very natural to you.
But Daniel, at that level, right now, we've got 2 extra pawns for Alireza. Is this... How tricky is this to convert?
I don't know, actually. Still trying to figure out. I mean, I'll tell you one thing. First of all, like, it's always tricky against Maxim.
That's true, yes.
This is, like, our...
given.
This is 1 point. I mean, especially with Queen's on.
But look at this. Okay, we'll keep an eye out on this. But Wei as well pushing on his board against Wesley. So for the Triveni Continental Kings, this is not looking good for the upGrad Mumba Masters. Bardya Daneshwar completely winning on the Prodigy board. But it's the top 2 boards where the Triveni Continental Kings are looking to strike.
But this one is actually a mess, right?
This is a... What is with all these exchange sacrifices in today's round?
Yeah, I mean, people get nervous. No, but it's very understandable to me, yeah? I mean, okay, you play a game, you're worse, why not to give up an exchange? Let's do rook f4, yeah?
I mean, giving up 1 rook is not enough.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're Daniel Dubov.
Yeah. I mean, also, whenever you're lost, you can actually afford it.
And pawn takes rook, your ideas. Queen takes pawn, and then you go on to maybe...
Yeah, you probably just... Yeah, you just give up d2, take f7, yeah?
Yes.
We are running... Like, remember I told you, like, we sacrifice 1 pawn, then the second one?
All right, we are getting update from Alireza's board. Let's actually zoom into this one. We'll jump back to the other board. Alireza versus Maxim. This could be the final moments of the game. White has 2 extra pawns. Black doesn't have any very strong checks. He comes back, keeps the king extremely protected.
And also he's about to collect h3.
Queen h5 a huge threat.
Which is very practical. Like, the only way for white to go wrong here, like, potentially, would be to somehow, like, miraculously lose the h2 pawn. And then black would promote. Alireza makes sure, like, even that is not possible, right?
Okay, Maxim's looking for tricks in this position. He goes back with the queen.
Yeah, but queen g5, no?
And I think we've got the moves coming in right now. Queen g5 was played, threatening a checkmate in 1. And we're getting a result on board 4, where it did end in... Whoa, it is the Triveni Continental Kings. Zhu Jinna wins against Koneru Humpy. Let's go straight back to our icon board. That's bad news for the upGrad Mumba Masters right there.
Yeah, but Ali has an extra bishop, yeah? So this one is actually gone as well. I mean, unless you want to sort of enjoy the resignation moment, there is nothing to follow.
Let's just see. f6, he's just lost a bishop here.
Yeah.
Queen takes pawn. There's no perpetual, you're saying, in this position.
No, no whatsoever. Also, there is no even hope, yeah? We'll make sure we don't blunder h2 and, you know...
The white king just hides.
On c1.
On c1 or on b1. All right, so Alireza Firouzja about to get this win. Wei getting a win on his board. Zhu Jinna's already won the game. Bardya's advantage going down there.
But Shah is much better somehow. Like, why?
All right, let's just capture the... I think this one's about to finish any moment. Let's zoom into the players. I think for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he's still fighting though. He's looking for those checks.
This one is not going to finish as long as Maxim has a queen on the board, I promise. Okay. Or white only has 1 queen. I've been there. These people don't resign.
No, and especially when
and it makes sense. I mean, yeah. I don't mean it in an offensive way.
And also, if it's an individual matchup, you know, you can still do it. But this is for the team. For Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he's going to play this out till the end.
Yeah. But also, like, even for yourself, you just don't do it, yeah?
And right now, all right, so there we have Wei, who already has won his game for the Triveni Continental Kings. Daniel, this has been an absolute disaster so far for the upGrad Mumba Masters.
Yeah. So he simply blundered, yeah? He took f3 and it sort of didn't work. But he did everything right, yeah? I mean, he sacrificed everything. I mean, okay, he had 5 shots and none of them worked, yeah? But
this was the last position on that board. Wei getting the win on that one. Let's go to Alireza's board. And no progress here for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Let's go to Bardya Daneshwar. We see the moves being blitzed out very quickly on that Prodigy board right there, right behind our icon board. This is what we have. There's a pawn about to queen. But black's the one winning. Is it the queen and a knight? Is there a checkmate in this position?
4 seconds, Tanya.
4 seconds versus 4 minutes.
Yeah.
93? Game over? That's it. The knight comes in. It's a fork. And Bardya Daneshwar, he does it for the upground. Is the
yeah,
score.
Look at the way Ali plays, actually. Now queen d4 will probably happen, I have a feeling.
So...
No? Queen e7,
he does it.
Also good. Queen G7.
Wei winning, Zhuzhina winning. A single point for Bardia on his board. 5-7 right now. Can the upGrad Mumba Masters find another turnaround? Alireza Firouzja about to wrap up his game. And I think this is
Yeah, yeah, if Ali wins, it's over, right?
it's just completely over.
Yeah.
It goes to 5-10.
Yeah.
And look at that. All across those two boards right now, you've got the
Yeah.
bars towards the Triveni Continental Kings. And Alireza Firouzja again does it. He's such a beast in this tournament.
Yeah, how comes it's not obvious for everybody that he's like obviously number 2 in the world in Rapid and Blitz? I don't know.
And that's obvious to you. He's the number 2 player after Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
And with that win, the number 2 player after Magnus Carlsen is what Daniel Dubov says about this icon, Alireza Firouzja. What a team performance this is. A 10-9 victory right here. Actually, a narrow one at the end, but enough to go through with the Triveni Continental Kings, and that means the upGrad Mumba Masters are out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could see it coming. Yeah. I mean, look at them even. They're always in a good mood. I mean, Ali, I mean, I don't know. I like this team somehow. It's true that yeah, people are probably getting tired a little of the Triveni, but not myself.
2-time season champions looking for their third title. Triveni Continental Kings get the win in 10-9 against the upGrad Mumba Masters. And that means for the upGrad Mumba Masters, that's it. They have no championship hopes. With that, they're out of the finals right now. And Daniel, this was a team that was looking unstoppable at the start, and you can see the disappointment there for Hari Krishna, the team coach.
Yeah. Well, it happens, right? I mean, like, even that match, like, whenever you're having black and you win 2 games, I mean, it's not going to be your worst match ever. It's just that someone was too good.
And, you know, we have this player of the match that we have to give to. And because you're joining us for this one,
okay,
I'm going to throw this to you, Daniel. You get to decide, who do you think was the MVP for the Triveni Continental Kings?
Yeah, I mean, I always go for Ali, yeah? I mean, what to do?
So sacrificing that exchange and then finding that counterplay, taking down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is Daniel Dubov's pick. Alireza it is as the MVP for this match. But Triveni Continental Kings, they go through to the finals. Is there anyone who can take this team down? Where is their weakness? Where do you strike against these guys?
Another keenly contested encounter. Triveni Continental Kings defeated upGrad Mumba Masters 10-9. Thank you.
And with that victory, it is the end of the road for the championship battle for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and company. They will have a chance to fight for third place.
Yep.
Coming back to my question, which team has the best shot at taking down the Kings in the finals?
Oh, that's a good question, actually. Who else is there?
Well, the Alpine Sg Pipers have a big shot. That's Fabi on the top board.
Yeah, this one is good, yeah. They also have Ho. They're they're very, very good. I mean, again, I have to say, like, all of the teams are good here, basically. To beat this Triveni, even, like, given they're so strong, I mean, to win one day, okay, like, anybody can. These people could also do that, it's just that...
upGrad Mumba Masters, just not their day.
Yeah, I mean, again, they won 2 games with black, yeah? What do you want them to do? Like, very often it is enough.
But losing 2 matches yesterday for the upGrad Mumba Masters, that's when the story started for them. The team that looked unstoppable, they were the co-leaders, and then facing this must-win match against the leaders of the tournament and were not able to get the job done as the Triveni Continental Kings. They're looking like kings going into this finals, and this is where we are right now. We see the upGrad Mumba Masters left behind with only 12 match points right now. Are you surprised with the way the table has shaped up, Daniel, going into this final day?
No.
Not at all.
No.
Were you rooting for the Kings from the very start?
No.
No.
No, I mean, I'm not going to pretend I care too much. Like, I'm here as a reserve player. I was just checking, and
so you have no loyalties here?
No, but it's actually, in a way, it's actually like a reserve player, like, has to have 0 loyalty, because you could actually end up playing for few different teams even. So, yeah, I mean, not being loyal to any of the teams is not something I couldn't do, I have to say.
We'll dive into that later, but my question to you is also about the Fyers American Gambit there. For Hikaru's team to finish at the bottom, not even have a shot to play for the championship battle there. Is that something that surprised you a little bit? On that?
A little bit, but at the same time, okay, whenever you're having 6 great teams,
yes,
one of them is going to do badly. Like, it's not that it's like the worst team, but mathematically, I mean, there will always be one team that does badly. It's very likely. Then, I mean, if they play like another season, they probably win. I mean, it doesn't mean they're bad or something.
Wow, that has been quite a tournament for Hikaru Nakamura's Fyers American Gambit, and this was them earlier in their first clash against the Ganges Grandmasters. Their hope to even fight for a third-place finish extinguished there by the Ganges Grandmasters' victory in that previous match, and Hikaru's face tells the whole story. He's in complete disbelief with how this tournament has played out. I want to ask you a little bit about the Triveni Continental Kings, because we've been talking so much about them in our commentary. What has been the difference maker in that team? What do you think has worked so well? You know, they're just such a smooth cruising through to the finals.
I honestly don't know. Like, it's like the third time it's going to happen, and there has to be some reason. I don't know. This time it's actually easier to explain. I think like having both Ali and VE helps, and it helps a lot. But yeah, some of the other seasons, like I remember season 1, like I wasn't sure what's going on.
And you were playing in season 1
yep.
for the, I want to say, which team was that?
Yeah, I didn't have loyalty back then either, yeah, apparently.
All right, well, we need to talk to you about that then later on. I think before we just go into a break, I have to ask you before we let you go, who do you think will be the second team to make it to the finals? You've seen them, you've seen the form, you've seen the icon players. Who do you think gets the job done today?
Yeah, I would say Alpine are very likely to get there. Also, this match would be very, very competitive. Like with Fabi, Anish, and Ho. Nino is playing fantastic chess here. Yeah, things could happen.
And because you're saying that this match will be competitive, that is the final match of the day for the Alpine Sg Pipers against the PBG Alaskan Knights. And surprisingly, it was the Knights who beat the Pipers, 12-8. Maybe not surprisingly, but that was the result that they had against the Pipers in their first clash.
This is probably actually the first match they won, no?
Yes, it was with 4 wins in their top 4 boards.
Yeah, but then it's like was inexcusable for the Pipers. Yeah, they just didn't know they can lose.
Gukesh versus Fabi on the icon board, if you had to predict a result?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to predict. I mean, if I had to bet, I always take Fabi, yeah. I mean, if I'm trying to be polite, I say, who knows? They're both fantastic players.
Well, that's exactly what we're going to be seeing in action. It will be the PBG Alaskan Knights up against the Alpine Sg Pipers. Daniel, it's been awesome to do commentary with you. And a lot of things to unpack for me from our commentary gig right there. But I hope you've been having a great time here.
Yeah, I had a fantastic time. Thank you guys for having me. Yep.
Thank you so much. And this is the action that we just saw. Triveni Continental Kings. They destroy upGrad Mumba Masters' hopes to make it a championship battle with a 10-9 victory. And we'll be back with all the action of the final match, the most important one of the day. It is the PBG Alaskan Knights taking on the Alpine Sg Pipers. You stay tuned with us.
Grab it, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gampa!
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with upGrad. Make your move now.
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ। खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
माँ मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with upGrad. Make your move now.
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर सीने से लगाई लेती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
And the Triveni Continental Kings continue to lead the charge here at the Royal Opera House. A 10-9 victory to finish off their dramatic run here in the round-robin stage, taking down the upGrad Mumba Masters. And we are with Arohi for the player of the match.
The Kings have already qualified to the finals, but that doesn't stop them from winning games. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 29, played between the Triveni Continental Kings and the upGrad Mumba Masters this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us is Mr. Hemant Rai, co-founder and CEO, chessfeed.ai, and the player of the match award goes to, no surprises here, Alireza Firoja from Triveni Continental Kings. Alireza, the players are already studying your moves. Should they start studying your walk to pick up the player of the award as well?
No, I think in our team, we are Wei also is playing great, but I'm happy to also win, and we win the match.
You picked the Fisher Saws in attack. A very interesting opening. Any particular reason why?
Yeah, I mean, I prepared it today, but Maxime is very known for Najdorf anyway. I wanted just to get interesting game. It's very risky, but paid off.
So had things, I mean, things went your way in the end, but had they not gone your way, did you have a backup?
Maxime only plays this Najdorf line, so I just checked this, but anyway, I wanted to just play interesting, and anyway, we didn't have anything to lose or gain, so.
So you don't just read the player, you study them and then you plan some tactics around them, but that's gone your way all the way. We'll be seeing you in the finals. Thank you so much for joining us. Probably here for the player of the match as well.
Hopefully.
That is it from the post-match presentation ceremony. Back with the third most important game of the day.
Alireza Firuza, the MVP of the MVPs here at the Royal Opera House. He's had 25 board points over the round robin, Harshit. It's been incredible to watch him. You know, Daniel Dubov said that according to him, he's the second strongest rapid player in the world after Magnus Carlsen. He thinks there's no competition as well. Is he proving that point to be true?
Oh, absolutely. He has kind of took the responsibility on his shoulders. They already qualified to the finals one round before, but they wanted to make a statement that we are here to win every single round. And what an emphatic victory it was by the Triveni Continental Kings.
And just imagine the psychological dominance this leaves on the rest of the team. No matter who is the second one who makes it through to the finals, they know exactly what the Kings have shown in the round robin, and we'll break that down for you in just a few. But first, we've got a message from our sponsors.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नवितास सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
And such immense power has been shown by the Triveni Continental Kings in this previous match. Sagar, you were in the fan zone watching the action there. You know, for the upGrad Mumba Masters, the home team, the local team, the crowd favorite here, they wanted them to do it. They wanted the Mumba Masters to have that shot. And that's been snatched by the Kings. Kya vibe kya thi wahan pe? What was the mahal?
I just came running, you know. I thought that everyone there was glued to their screens. They wanted to see what's happening. They wanted to check if the upGrad Mumba Masters could make a comeback after what happened yesterday. But somehow, when you're facing the Triveni Continental Kings, it's very tough because there's no chink in the armor.
And that's going to be the big question for tomorrow. But a bigger question right now will be, who is the team who's going to face them in the finals? Let's bring on our leaderboard as we are about to get started on the final match of the round robin. And it truly comes down to that one. This is where we are. Surprisingly, I have to say, Sagar, out of nowhere, we've got the Ganges Grandmasters with a real shot, simply given their game points at 83. So my next question to you will be, after the upGrad Mumba Masters lost, is there even less pressure now on the Alpine Sg Pipers in the match coming up?
Yeah, they just need 5 game points here. In fact, 6 to be safe.
Exactly.
6 game points and they are through. They don't need to win the match anymore. They just have to do this. So what is 6, man? They are white, so they need like 2 wins and they are through. Not easy, but well, I don't think not so tough.
I mean, they kind of need to decide whether they want to be solid or they want to take risks with the white pieces. I think the Alpine Sg Pipers will try to be solid with the white pieces.
6 game points away to make it to the finals are the Alpine Sg Pipers. They face Gukesh's PBG Alaskan Knights, who've been having quite the form, quite the run over the last few days. It's going to be an exciting final battle, and we'll be back to break it all down for you in just a few.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
कम ऑन गाइस, हरी अप। अरे सुनना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं। गाइस, आई एम टेलिंग यू, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। बट दैट्स ओके, यू कैन लर्न। रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
अबे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स। जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर सीने से लगाई लेती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
And this is a script you could not have written even if you tried. It all comes down to this battle, the final match of the round robin, the Alpine Sg Pipers taking on the PBG Alaskan Knights. And to kick off all that's coming up, we've got Arohi on the pitch with the coaches, seeing how they are dealing with the pressure.
Who would have thought that it would all come down to the last game of the league stages? This is the decider. PBG Alaskan Knights versus Alpine Sg Pipers. We have GM Swams Mishra for PBG Alaskan Knights and GM Praveen for Alpine Sg Pipers, along with our match official, Alan Atkinson, Deputy Chief Arbiter. Can we now have the colour swap? Pipers, there's only one favourable result for you today, and that is a win, a must win. So your destiny lies in your own hands.
Yes, I think, well, technically a draw is enough, but drawing all 6 games is not practically happening. It has not happened. So, yes, I think we need to play carefully, and win will ensure us the qualification, the second position, and then we play match for the final.
Now that you know what exactly you've got to do in order to qualify, are you a little more stressed or a little less stressed?
I think we have had some different strategies comparatively, and I think, well, it's equally stressed because last round is always more stressful. So I think the pressure on the game probably could be eased, but the pressure on mind will be more.
And that is all that the game is about. All the best for today's game. Who would have thought that the PBG Knights would have an actual shot at the top 2? Would you have believed it had I told you that some days back?
Yeah, I think we did believe in ourselves and the team as well. And that's why we are here. And I would like to thank the fans for the support, and atmosphere today is quite lively.
You all did get a lifeline after the first 2 games today. Now you know exactly what to do. What is the conversation in the team?
So I think for us it's quite simple that we want to win every match. It has been a knockout for us, and our opponents have been also having a good second half. So it's just, I think they would have more chances to finish in the top 2. So they would be trying harder for it. And I think we just want to win every match, that's all.
All the best for today's most important game.
Thank you very much.
It has all come down to this. It is all in or nothing. It is do or die for these 2 teams, and it is exciting for all the fans. Back to the studio.
What a match this is going to be, an absolute mouth-watering clash. And we've been talking about the Alpine Sg Pipers having their fate in their hands. They win, they draw this match, they are through, no what-ifs, no buts around that picture. But there is an outside chance. There is a chance for the PBG Alaskan Knights, and that's not a statement we've made so far in our broadcast. The PBG Alaskan Knights can do it as well. They have a shot at championship, Harshit.
What do they have to do, Sagar bhai?
They have to win all their games 6-0 on each and every board to get 24 game points to surpass every single team who is on 15 match points.
This is too difficult. I mean, it's possible, but guys, every board.
You have to beat Anish, Fabi, Prag, Hoyufan,
Nino, Mendonça, every single board. 5 wins and a draw will not be enough.
No, that won't make the cut. Then you tie on the same points as the Ganges Grandmasters, 83, and then the direct encounter kicks in, and all of these calculations. So in order to be safely through, they need to win on 6.
So many mind games in play here, psychology, nerves, pressure, who will be precise in all these moments. It'll all come down to this final battle here at the Royal Opera House. And to set the stage even further and talk about what it takes for the best athletes, the sportsmen, to show and to deliver when it matters the most, we've got Arohi with senior sports journalist Ayaz Menon.
Wankhede is just 4 kilometers away, but we have somebody very special here who's covered cricket extensively. Please welcome Ayaz Menon, the senior sports journalist. Welcome to chess. How does this feel, a change of sport?
Thank you so much. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic to be here in this city at this venue and talking about chess. I couldn't have imagined it in my wildest dreams. But hey, you know, I'm a great and a passionate follower of chess. I'm not a very competent player, I must admit, but I think India is so strong on the map in chess today. 91 grandmasters between men and women. I think, you know, when I started writing on sports, which is almost half a century back, we had some really big names, you know, Manuel Aran, R.B. Sapre, some of the guys whose copies I used to handle for the magazine or the newspaper. But I never imagined that there would be this kind of a revolution where there'll be so many players from India. One always thought that, you know, the USSR then or Russia now would be dominating chess forever and ever, but that has changed.
So now that you're here, we are having the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. Have you interacted with any of these players who are playing here? The top players of the world are here indeed.
Yeah, barring Carlsen, who's not here. Yeah. But hey, that's fine. But I have interviewed Vishy Anand a few times. I know some of the other players quite well. Raghunandan Gokhale from Mumbai, Praveen Thipse. I'm familiar with them. But Vishy Anand is obviously, it was a fanboy moment for me to interview him. And yeah, I mean, I've interviewed him a couple of times actually.
How did you find that person? I mean, you know Vishy Anand on the board. You know him as a chess player. Off the chess player, how's he?
We all know he's an absolute genius and he's put India on the map, so to speak. But what I liked about him, you know, when I spoke to him, I didn't expect it. He's a guy with so much wit and ready wit, you know, his sense of repartee is very good. He just thinks so quicksilver thoughts, you know. So, and that, it was great fun talking to him because not just that, I think his range of, you know, kind of interest is so wide that it was absolutely a delight to meet him.
You know, it is a delight to have you here with us as well. I'm going to give you a treat. I'm going to take you to the audience place and we are going to watch an entire game from there. I am sure that you're going to love it.
Thank you so much. I mean, that's why I'm here.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Back to the studio.
Enjoy, Mr. Menon, the experience. And I'd almost say that I'd be jealous of being there, of seeing it all play live. But, you know, I've got pretty good company here in the studio as well. Harshit, Sagar, you know, we heard it there, just the whole environment, how great this is for the Indian chess landscape. And, of course, Vishy's presence here. And we had to talk about Vishy's presence on the leaderboard as well, because suddenly Ganges Grandmasters is also one of the teams with a real shot at championship battle.
Vishy could be playing the finals tomorrow against Firuza on the icon board. Woo! I'm excited if that happens.
Oh no, I'm very excited for this clash. It's quite likely that the Alpine Sg Pipers qualify, but there is a shot. There is a real shot for the PBG Alaskan Knights to make it. They just need one quick win.
Real shot, 6 wins by.
No, I mean, you just need one real shot.
You know, when it rains, it pours, and it might be the time for the PBG Alaskan Knights. It's either going to be the Pipers or the Knights or the Ganges Grandmasters who'll take that fight to the Triveni Continental Kings, and we'll break that down further. But first, we've got a sponsor's message for you.
Bharat ka apna solar, Navitas Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. we bring the power behind every winning move.
And what winning moves will the PBG Alaskan Knights be able to play against the Alpine Sg Pipers? They need to win top to bottom. Every single board. The icon has to show up for Vishy. Can he deliver today against Fabiano Caruana? Or not Vishy Anand, I'll take that back. He's already done his job. It's Gukesh Tomaraju. Gukesh, can he make it happen against Fabi? And he's done it before. In epic, big matches, he's won his game.
You know, Tanya, there was some complaint from the roads outside. They were saying like there's too much noise when Gukesh enters in. The crowd went crazy. Everyone was like, Gukesh, Gukesh. And I think this is what people have come here for, and it makes it so much more exciting that there is something at stake. Even though it's really difficult for the PBG Alaskan Knights to reach the finals, top 2 spots, there is a chance.
But I will remind everyone, until yesterday, this was not even a conversation we were having. For the PBG Alaskan Knights, with the tournament that they've had so far, it looked like such a far-off dream, too hard to even dream of. And yet here they are with their first shot. They just need to show up. They need to deliver on every board. For the Alpine Sg Pipers, they're 6 game points away for that battle to the final. And of course, we'll bring you all the action. We'll unpack all the details about everything that's come up and set the stage for you. So far, what a day of chess it's been for Vishy Anand getting the job done against Hikaru Nakamura's Fyers American Gambits. 12-3, a real shot to make it to the finals. Triveni Continental Kings, they just keep playing like kings. Nothing stopping them. And the big one coming up in just a few. You stay tuned with us.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
Come on guys, hurry up.
अर्जुन ना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
वे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स। जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, सीने से लगाई लेती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
And will it be peak performance by the Alpine Sg Pipers, or will it turn out to be a PBG Alaskan nightmare for them right now going into the day 9 match 30, the final one right here? The PBG Alaskan Knights You know, all they got to do, top to bottom, get a win all the way down. That's the only way they make it through. Alpine Sg Pipers, the pressure's a little less on them, but the job is not done. Sagar, I think we have to break this down board by board. I'm going to start from the Prodigy board, and you have to make a case for each of these players. Let's start with Daniel Darda taking on Leon Luke Mendonça. Harshit, you go first.
Oh, I was actually talking to Leon Mendonça today, and he said that he's happy that his team did well, but he lost both of his games yesterday, and he was very motivated to do well for his team Alpine Sg Pipers today. On the other hand, Daniel Darda has not won a single game, so very exciting clash between these players.
Ashit bhai, he's the only player in this league who has not won a single game out of 36. So that today could be the day to strike for him.
What a day it would be for Daniel Darda to show up for his team. It all starts with one win in order to get 6 wins for the team. I predict Daniel Darda to win this match.
And it was Virat Kohli who said, right, it's all about that 1% chance. You take that 1% chance, that's going to go to 10, 20, and before you know it, you have your opportunities. This is the board where Daniel Darda, who's been a weak link so far for the Alaskan Knights, if he delivers today when it matters the most, everything will be forgotten. But Mendonça, with 15 board points, is going to prove to be a tough opponent. Let's move on to the superstar women board. Alpine Sg Pipers need 6 game points to make it to the finals. Any of it coming from here, Sagar?
This is the toughest, I think, for the for the PBG Alaskan Knights, because both Ho Yifan and Nino Batsiashvili are in top shape. So it would require immense amount of, you can say, luck or just skill from Katrina Lagno and Sara Khadem to score 2 out of 2 here.
I mean, they have to believe that they can do it. Because if the PBG Alaskan Knights come into today's match thinking they don't have a chance, there's no way they win. But if they believe they can win, I do think Sara Khadem and Katrina Lagno can potentially score upsets on this one, but I am with you here. These are the 2 most difficult matchups for them.
And especially given the form that Ho Yifan has shown in the last, one day, yesterday, taking down both Harika and Bibisara, Humpy even, and Bibisara in her matches, being the key player for the Alpine Sg Pipers to get those much-needed win, to propel the team to where they are right now. And Nino Batsiashvili has been one of the top performers. I think everyone agrees, you speak for everyone, what you're saying right now, that this perhaps is the board the Alpine Sg Pipers are going to be relying on. Let's bring on our men's superstar board. Is this where you see a turnaround on the story, as you've got Lenier, Dominguez and Arjun Erigaisi taking on Pragnananda and Anish Giri?
I think Arjun will definitely try to press, but it'll be tougher for him. He beat Anish last time in just 25 moves. But today he'll have the black pieces. It'll be tremendously tough. Meanwhile, Dominguez played a flawless game to beat Pragnananda in their first encounter. But this, again, beating Prag with black, not easy. I can't bring myself to this stage where I can think that the PBG Alaskan Knights will score 6 wins in 6 games.
But they don't have to think about 6 wins right now. They need to think about just one board, and when you zoom out and just think about one board at a time, it becomes easier to score those 6 points. I am the most scared about the match between the madman Arjun Erigaisi against Anish, because the last time they fared against each other, Arjun destroyed Anish within 22 moves.
Yeah.
Is there also something to be said that the last time these 2 teams played against each other, it was the PBG Alaskan Knights getting their first win of Season 3 of the Global Chess League. They won 12-8 against the Pipers.
They had won on the first 4 boards, and on the last 2 boards they lost. So they definitely have that psychological edge, but will they be able to convert it today?
It's going to be so much about what happens on the board and in the mind for these 2 teams, and especially that top board. Let's bring that big, iconic clash. It's a storyline that we've been seeing play out over the last couple of years on the big stage. Tremendous amount of times. And Gukesh Domaraju has always proven that he's up to the task, playing against the world number 3 Fabiano Caruana. How do you rate this match? How do you assess the chances? Fabi has been the better icon. That's just the story of this tournament. He's been the better icon in Season 3 so far. How does Gukesh deliver when his team needs him the most?
I think if there's one player, like a one world-class player with whom Gukesh has had a good score, it's Fabiano Caruana. He always is able to get the better of him in many critical encounters, be it the Olympiad or even recently at the Champion Showdown, he scored 2 back-to-back wins with him. But here also he scored a win. Maybe he has this small psychological edge going into this encounter.
Yeah, I do think that, Gukesh is not just playing moves on the board against Fabi. He has also gotten in his mind, and Fabiano with the white pieces might actually be just trying to fence off Gukesh and try to make a draw.
Right. And I'm actually going to correct myself because I just checked the scores on the icon board. And in fact, Fabiano Caruana and Gukesh in season 3 so far have both scored 10 board points for their teams.
Yeah.
So it's been an up and down tournament for both. Yes, Alpine Sg Pipers as a team has performed better than the Alaskan Knights, but on the icon board, it's a full toss-up.
True, I agree. And also, guys, we have to see that this match is very important from the 3rd place and 4th place battle tomorrow. So if the PBG Alaskan Knights, by the way, here we see the Alpine Sg Pipers moving out, and they're like, oh, let's move together with Fabi taking charge, Anish and Prag joking there. Hugh Ifan has a smile, and Nino and Leon are quite calm. Look at Praveen Tipse's joy there. He's waving the flag. He's like, come on, boys and girls.
And here you can see the world champion Gukesh Domaraju leading the team of the PBG Alaskan Knights.
Along with Arjun. Oof. And they both have moved out way ahead with Dominguez, Katrina Lagno coming out, and Sara Khadem, and Daniel Darda has a spring in his step. He's feeling good.
You know what that told me? The way Arjun and Gukesh there took the charge, they know that they have to lead from the top. Today, if they want any shot at that championship battle, the first 2 board, Gukesh has to play like a world champion. Arjun Eragaisi has to bring his absolute A game on. And 78 game points, they only need 6 points. Playing needs 6 points. Playing with the white pieces, that's 2 white wins that gets the job done for them, and they'll be battling for championship. We've set the stage for you. We've had the debates here in the studio. Who needs to do what to get it done? And this is what's coming up next. It's the final battle. It all comes down to this. Will it be the Ganges Grandmasters? Will it be the Alpine Sg Pipers or the PBG Alaskan Knights? We find out on the other side of this break.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
कम ऑन गाइस, हरी अप।
अरे सुनना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
गाइस, आई एम टेलिंग यू, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता, बट दैट्स ओके, यू कैन लर्न। रोज का ढक्कन देना। ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
वे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स। जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर, सीने से लगाई लेती है। कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है। कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
Straight lines, a strong foundation, and standing tall like the rook on the board. Give it up for Alpine Sg Pipers!
Spotlights burning through the night. Legends
Please put your hands together for world number 3, Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, Pragnananda, 4 times women's world chess champion, Hu Yifan, Nino Batsiashvili, Leon Mendonça, and their coach, Praveen Tipse. They leap, they surprise, and they strike. Give it up for PBG Alaskan Knights! The world champion, Gukesh Domaraju, Arjun Erigaize, Lenia Dominguez, 3 times women's World Blitz champion Katerina Lagno, Sara Kadem, Daniel Darda, and their coach GM Swayams Mishra. All the best to all the players. You may now take your boards. And now for the first move, we have Ms. Swati Khandelwal, Senior VP and Group Head Communications, Mahindra Group, along with Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
This is the final match in the group stage that we have, and what an important clash we have on our hands. The PBG Alaskan Knights take on the Alpine Sg Pipers, and we have pawn to d4 on the board. And guys, in the commentary box, this is the first time in the game commentary we have 3 commentators to go. We have Tanya Sachdev and Harshit Raja. Let's go, guys.
Let's go.
बहुत मजा आने वाला है. This is the match. It had to happen, you know, where we got together because the whole league comes down to this. The Women's Superstar Board kicks off who will be the second finalist to challenge the Kings.
Look at the view, guys. The Royal Opera House is looking amazing
Goosebumps.
here. And I wish someday I could play here. But for now, I just want to enjoy this match.
I think sit back, buckle up, fasten your seatbelts as all the boards are getting underway. Fabi, not on his board just yet.
He's not there. And by the way, we have liftoff on the first game. You can see Ho Yifan playing with the white pieces, opens with e4 and plays her bishop out to c4. She's like Katrina. We are not going to play the Petrov. I don't think Katrina would have wanted to play Petrov. The PBG Alaskan Knights need 6 wins with black pieces.
And I think that's why Howie Fun is definitely going to try to play solid. Is it time to go knight to f3, or will he actually like play f4? I think f4 is too much.
Too much. Too much for Ho Yifan, considering that this match, they don't need to do too much. Just calm down. Thoda aaram se khelte hai. So this one is going this way. She goes knight f3. Let's go to Nino Batsiashvili, who has been the very, very strong performer of the team here of the Alpine Sg Pipers. She goes for Tanya Harshit Bhai, a London system. And by the way, we have Anish Giri opening with d4 against Ajju Bhai, and Pragnananda here with the white pieces playing pawn to e4.
And that's the King's Pawn opening replied by the Sicilian right now. For the PBG Alaskan Knights, they know that they have to just focus on their boards.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not anymore as much of a team battle as it is. We need to win on our board. Fir jo hoga, dekha jayega.
And I'm very curious to know if Pragnananda is going to just try and make a solid draw with white, but Bishop D2. He just answers my question there. No draw.
What is Bishop D2, guys? This is very interesting. And knight f5 already. Black is the one here for preference. This is Prag's secret opening prep
100%.
that he's using here.
I don't think it would be in the top 10 most played moves in that position. Bishop to d2, a new choice, and that's why Lenia suddenly goes into a think. You know,
plays D5.
he immediately seizes the opportunity to strike in the center. Pawn takes pawn, knight hanging tha.
Oh, absolutely. Queen f3 and Lanier goes pawn to d4. Principal chess played by Lanier, but I'm sure Pragnananda has cooked up something. He knows the importance of the match.
Look at the speed with which he's playing. It's clear that, this is all part of a deep prep. And Sagar, that puts so much pressure on you, right? When you know that your opponent has studied this and you have to be precise with only 20 minutes on the clock.
But somehow I do get the feeling that even Lanier is prepared for this. How else is he playing so fast?
Well, he takes the knight on d5. White captures the pawn on d5. White is in fact ready to castle on the queen side and quickly start an attack in the center as we get handshake between the prodigy board between Leon and Daniel Darda.
And the big one, it's handshakes between Fabiano Caruana and Gukesh there. He starts with the Sicilian. Gukesh does. He's done it at the Olympiad. Can he do it for the PBG Alaskan Knights? Or will Fabi take the charge and lead for the Alpine Sg Pipers?
Fabi's going for this Moscow variation, which was played by Vishy against Caruana yesterday, against Alireza yesterday, and gets back his bishop here. This can lead to a complicated game, even this line that Fabi has played.
And I do think that this move, bishop e2, does say that, because generally the white bishop goes to d3, and then white plays the move pawn to c3 and bishop to c2. This is how they generally develop in this position, but white comes back bishop to e2. And does this mean he's planning on potentially pushing the pawn to d4?
He wants to do that once he's consolidated it with that move that you're talking about. The bishop does slide back. I think we've got moves coming in, Sagar, quickly. D3. He puts the pawn on d3 to open up the dark square bishop. And I just want to remind everyone, we talk about the Olympiad wins for Gukesh. 2 out of 2, Chennai and Budapest against the world number 3, against Fabi. But just a few months ago, it was Fabiano Caruana who had the pick of who he wants to play in a freestyle quarterfinals knockout. He had some choices there. And he said, I want to play against the world champion.
There is a reason for that, Tanya, because Fabi has qualified to the candidates. If he wins, we are going to see this matchup between Fabi and Gukesh on a slightly bigger stage at the World Championship match.
And he went on to beat Gukesh after picking him as an opponent, perhaps setting up those psychological battles. So another chapter will be written today in this clash, and a strike in the center.
By the way, guys, we have the bars on the top of our screens. In order to read them, you just have to see wherever the white bar is more, it's the Alpine Sg Pipers leading. And wherever the yellow is ahead, it means the black pieces is doing well. That's the Alpine Knights who are doing well.
And I'll just add a little bit to that. These are called centi-pawn evaluations. If it reaches 1 point, that's equal to 1 pawn. So for example, you see the Prague versus Lanier board, it's at 0.25, minus 0.25. It means black has a quarter of a pawn advantage at 0.25. And that's just chess evaluation. But like you said, just see which side, which color is taking more space, and you know who's better. Looks like Fabi doing well against Gukesh.
Yeah, Fabi has this very nice space in the center. He's looking good. I think this is the kind of position you need when your team is leading. I think a beautiful opening choice by Caruana here.
And generally, when white has the pawns on e4 and c4, as you rightly said, it does allow white to develop the pieces efficiently, as the bishop on c1 will now slide in behind the pawn on e4 to e3. White will play pawn to f3 next. And these Maroczy structures generally do give white an easy play.
And the reason is that for Gukesh, it's going to be hard to get that d5 or b5 break.
Exactly.
Which is the idea in a Sicilian. You need a pawn break as black to free your pieces, otherwise you're fighting with limited space.
Yes, guys. And so right now, let me take you to the game of Ho Yifan versus Katrina Lagno on board 4. And look at what we have here. It seems like Katrina Lagno made an opening error in the Italian when in this position, after Ho Yifan played h3, she played the move h6. Harshit Bhai, would you like to break this down?
Exactly. Before the white king has committed itself to g1, playing h6 is not a good idea. And the reason for that is this move pawn to g4 that Ho Yifan just played. And the point is that white is just going to steamroll his pawns on the king side, rook to g1, pawn to g5 as you are highlighting. And this is bad news for the PBG Alaskan Knights. All the Alpine Pipers need is 6 points.
Yeah, this is a great thing, Tanya. Like an opening error is just what Ho Yifan was hoping for.
And Ho Yifan's going for it, and that move by Lagno, it does for the time being control the g5 square, but it feels like Lagno just rushed with her last few moves, allowing this counterplay, well, this offense by Who You Found. So things looking good there for the Alpine Sg Pipers. Sagar, I also see on our Anish versus Arjun board that at least out of the opening, Anish has managed to plant a knight on d6. The pawn on c6 is soft, and let's take it from the top.
Yeah, we actually had here a King's Indian, which is very interesting because Anish is playing the same opening with black and now has to face it with white. And Anish is like, I'm going to play simple chess. All I need is a draw here.
I'll tell you one thing. Anish, I would be surprised if he plays any King's Indian defense in the candidates.
Oh, me too. I do think that he's kind of saving...
Given away so much of that preparation. He probably had it in mind for this event, for the Global Chess League. You know, this platform where your opponent has limited time. You want to surprise them early in the opening, get these dynamic positions. I don't think we'll see a repeat of this by Anish in the candidates.
It's a bold choice to play the King's Indian defense as Arjun Iregesi played here, but Anish has chopped off a pawn on c6 and he can trade the queens with queen d7 and go into an endgame.
Right, but he can also take the pawn here and he can be 2 pawns up. Meanwhile, we have the standings on our screens for all those who are wondering, guys. The Ganges Grandmasters are right now at the 2nd position, but all that Alpine Sg Pipers need is not even match points, just 6 game points, and they are through to the finals here.
And that's why you could see Anish Giri glancing over what's happening on all the other boards there, Tanya. Do you think there is any chance early on for the PBG Alaskan Knights to win a game?
I'll tell you one thing, Alpine Sg Pipers might play the Triveni Continental Kings tomorrow, but today they were rooting for the Kings. They wanted them to take down the upGrad Mumba Masters, so the pressure gets even less on them. They need to do less to make it to the finals. I think Anish is feeling good about everything going on around them. The bars at the top, the 6-board view, there's only one so far in which the PBG Alaskan Knights seem to have an advantage, and that's Lenier against Pragnananda.
Let's go to that board. On board 3, we see that Pragnananda is in some trouble because white pawns in the center look strong. The black pawns in the center look strong. Black king is going on the king side, and it seems like Prag's opening innovation hasn't worked out.
Lenier Dominguez is one of the finest prepared players in the opening. He was helping Fabiano Caruana in one of the World Championship matches, and I'm sure he has seen this concept of bishop t2 at some point. What does Prag want? Does he want bishop b4?
He's got the bishop pair, right? And it's a semi-open position right now. I think your idea of bishop b4 will be met by the consolidation of that knight on c5, maybe with a move like rook c8 or b6 lining it up. But what gives Lenier the advantage is that d5 pawn that white has is a bit of a long-term weakness, and the own pawn structure, you know, this d4, e5 build. If he gets e4 at the right time, keeps pushing those pawns. d3, the bishop sniper rocket, as you call it, opens up to the other side.
You're absolutely right. Lenier is banking on this idea of e4, queen to b6 at some point, doubling down on that b2 pawn. And after you mentioned that idea, suddenly I love black's position.
Yeah, black is looking really amazing, guys. We should turn our attention to the icon board because here Fabiano Caruana has built it up beautifully here in the center, and I don't know what to talk about Gukesh's position. I think it's not looking so great.
But you know, these positions are quite tricky, these Maroczy-bind positions. I've played them quite a bit with the black pieces. And the bar, the evaluation bar, always seems to like white at first because of the space advantage. But at some point, white has to break through. At some point, you start pushing, and that's when black gets the chance.
Exactly. And it might be the chance you were talking about as black. Can he push b5 or not yet?
Whoa.
No, b5 is generally the break you want, but maybe after a4, white is trying to prevent that. There is some tactic which allows black to come back in the game.
Yeah, there is an amazing move here. Black can move the knight to g4, attacking this bishop. And when you take here...
And Sagar, did you see that? Gukesh did a little quick lean in. I think he senses it. And this idea of knight g4 is very thematic in these positions of hitting the bishop.
Right, and this bishop doesn't have a good square. If it goes here, I strike my pawn to attack the 2 pieces. On g5, it will get simply picked up. On d2, the knight is hanging, so you lose your key bishop.
And you get a bishop pair.
Yeah, I think Fabi has missed this. As Gukesh is contemplating about his next move, he has to put one of the knights on g4.
That's a huge moment here. Actually, if he gets his knight to g4, Gukesh would have equalized out of the opening.
The feeling is you want to put the E knight. Knight f g4 loses control of that d5 square.
That's true. That's a good
and
point.
Perhaps you don't want to allow the white knight to jump in. You also want to control the g5 square with your own queens looking laterally towards the right side of the board. I think knight eg5, the move that Sagar pointed out, is perhaps the more precise knight jump.
Actually, it might be the only move. As you rightly pointed out, you don't want to lose control of that d5 square. Pawn to a4. Gukesh is coming back into the game if he goes knight d5. But how about Hawifan? Is she breaking through on the king side?
So wait, is it advantage Alpine as Alpine PBG Alaskan Knights for now if Gukesh plays knight g4 on that board?
I think it gives him chances to have a complicated game. I think right now it's balanced if Gukesh finds knight g4.
All right, so big moment. Sagar, where are we going next?
I just want to bring up the 6 boards here to show you what's happening in all the encounters right now. And he plays it.
Did he play
Just as
yes,
we
he
leave,
does.
it felt like that movement we saw.
And bishop d2. Does that allow some sort of a knight h2?
Can we go to the icon board?
Some tactics maybe?
Oh my god, guys.
Yes.
Did you get it?
I got it. I even said it.
What is it?
Knight takes h2.
But what if I take with the king?
The loose pieces drop off. Queen to e5 check.
Look at Fabi. He's closing his bottle slowly and he's like, oh my god, did I just miss this check? A double attack here and I'm losing material.
Full screen is where we need to be. And I want to see where Gukesh's eyes are at. Are they on that corner h2 pawn? Is his focus on the left side of the board right now?
It's slightly deeper than we think it is because knight takes h2. There is knight to d5 that Fabiano Caruana can play. And I think that's what he's banking on. But
and
then
that looks pretty strong because you'll have to force your queen to get in contact with the central knight.
Exactly. You actually can go back queen d8 because you also need to protect the e7 pawn.
And king takes knight?
We were talking about that bishop on g7. Tanya opens up after you take the knight on d5 and the knight on d4 is loosey-goosey.
Gukesh going in, knight takes pawn and Fabi.
My goodness.
You can see it as he changes his hands that he realizes that he's walked into tactics all over the board.
And
Full board awareness by Gukesh.
And you can see the coach there, Swams Mishra, suddenly leaning forward in his chair. What did Gukesh just do? And I think he's happy to see this tactic, knight takes h2. A brilliancy by Gukesh.
Right, and this one was not the typical sacrifice that you have. There are some typical patterns in chess. This was a little bit offbeat one, but Gukesh, so alert, sacks it and starts looking at other games. He's like, guys, I'm doing well. You guys, come on, rally together.
And that does happen, right? You can set the tone with the position that you have for the rest of the team. I mean, this tactic of knight takes pawn combines the knight, the bishop, and the queen on the other side of the board.
And you can see the tension in this view, Tanya. 6 boards that are being played in front of us, and every single one of them counts for so much. The game between Sara and Nino, is it ending in a draw?
And I also want to point
out... Is it already a draw?
It seems like it, as the players are kind of looking at each other.
Wow. Well, this draw makes one thing clear if it happens, that the PBG Alaskan Knights will no longer be able to make it to the finals. Top 2 finish is off the cards.
But it's hard to fault them on this. With the black pieces, you know, you're playing against Nino, who scored 20 board points for her team so far, has been one of the biggest, highest performers here. To get this position out of any trouble, I think Sara's done well in her game, but unfortunately, just not enough. And you can't rely on one day to make it a championship.
Oh, exactly. And I do think that this game still has some importance because you are playing for the 3rd and 4th spot positions as well, which means you will play a match tomorrow for that coveted bronze medal.
We might see Vishy and Gukesh fight for the 3rd place here at the Global Chess League. This one, a very symmetrical positions. There we have the handshakes. And for the Alpine Sg Pipers, that's 1 point closer to the finals battle.
They need 5 more to get it done there. 84 is where they would be safe on the game points front. But guys, it seems like 3 out of those 5 points are coming from Ho Yifan's board.
So Sagar, the fight is now between the Ganges Grandmasters and the Alpine Sg Pipers.
Exactly.
5 game points, 5 board points, and they overtake the Ganges on tiebreakers.
And they've gotten one of that point already with the draw that we just saw. And now, look at the next sequence of moves that Hawifan blitzed out. Pawn g5. First, sacrificing a pawn on g5, then offering another pawn with this move h4, just saying, I want to open up the position.
Yeah, this is incredible play by Ho Yifan, and now bishop takes g5 is a beautiful move,
Wait
guys.
a second, what?
Take.
With the h pawn.
Yeah, and when you take my bishop,
knight d5.
It's actually a huge mating attack with the queen, rook, and knight.
Incredible, and she
takes it. Oh my
what
God!
a player.
Oh, Yifan.
You gotta be a fan right now. This is unbelievable start. Hu Yifan did not win a game in her first 6 rounds here. But when it mattered the most, the woman world #1, the strongest ever female player in the history of the game after Judith Polgar, has delivered game after game for the Alpine Sg Pipers here.
Can I say that Ho Yifan is like playing like Tufan?
Absolutely. Tufani moves. Bishop takes g5. Yaar, bishop c4 ka mar raha hai. She's like, I don't care. I'm coming for your king.
Oh, bhai, what a move. This is too good. And I think Katrina Lagno is stunned. And there we have Getty in the fan zone. They're playing chess with the fans who have come there. I think one of the most vibrant fan zones that I've ever seen at the Royal Opera House.
It's just so fun to be down there. Everyone's up for a bullet battle, a blitz battle, and it's always a packed house, full capacity there. Hey guys, hope you're having fun watching, and you can watch the commentary right at the back. And inside that beautiful building in the background, you've got the best in the world. And look at that, to its full capacity, the Royal Opera House, as the Alpine Sg Pipers are making a strong case for that championship battle.
Right, and by the way, everyone's wearing the headphones, can hear us while they can see the players in action. That's just cool. I think they are all waving. Guys, please be quiet, no sound. The players need to focus. But yeah, this is one of the best innovations, I think, in this GCL, where the fans get wonderful experience of seeing the players and also listening to the commentary.
Oh, absolutely. I think this is what the fans needed, to be able to watch the players and also understand what's happening on the board. Coming back to this board...
Would be hilarious if the fans waving, suddenly a player sees them and starts waving back. I know, we're talking to the commentators.
I don't think that they would be waving, they would be saying...
Right now, Gukesh is better.
Because that's a whole extra pawn. That's a 1 point advantage right there, as the evaluation bar suggests. He wins back material, but with the interest that h2 pawn is gone off the board. And you know, you can't say it was an easy tactic to spot, because Fabi missed it. When the world #3, when a world-class player like Fabi misses this resource, you know, it's a blind spot on the board, but it's just that your awareness is not there. You just forget that it's even a move that's possible. Knight takes pawn at the edge, the corner.
This is what Gukesh...
Such an easy mess.
This is what Gukesh is so good at. He loves these small tactics. He's so tricky. He's like an eel. He knows how to slip out of difficult positions. Here, he has put Fabiano in a difficult spot, as he's going to capture back on c8 with the queen, I want to say.
Yeah, he might take it with the queen there. But guys, we need to kind of check what's happening in the match. Should we get the 6-board view?
And just before we go there as well, you know, the visual that we have in front of us, I think this you mentioned, Harsh, this is very well good to be the 2026 World Championship right here. We're getting a little sneak into that.
Could be. There are many candidates on that stage right now.
Yeah, there are 3 of Fabi, Hikaru,
Anish.
and Anish. 4.
I mean, there's no Hikaru here, but you have like 3 Alpine
in front.
Exactly.
On the front row. It's amazing. Arjun is there. It's a beautiful sight. And let's have 6 boards here to just show you that right now on board 1 on top left, it's the Alpine who are in trouble. On board 2, it's round about even. On board number 3 there, we see that Prague is now getting back in the game.
He's getting back, but board 4, bottom left, board right there, there's a checkmate that's about to happen on that H5 जहाँ पे white की queen ये रुक आने वाला है. Black's king in huge trouble. It's who you found who's down a piece, but she's going for Katrina Lagno's king.
But Daniel Darda is slightly better. Let's go to the Hoi-Fan board to see if there's any hope for Katrina Lagno to defend this board number 4.
I want to do a slow action replay of this stunning piece sacrifice that we saw in the attack that Who You Fan has built right now.
Right, so when this was the position, Hoi-Fan pushed her pawn, and then when Katrina Lagno pushed it here to attack the and to take this, when she would push her pawn with the support of the bishop. But Hoi-Fan was like, sorry, I'm going to take bishop takes pawn, attack the queen, and after take here, and this position, Ifan goes queen h5.
And Sagar, you don't even need to look at the board. Look at in front of you what's going on. Who You Fan is just leaned back. That my job is done here. You know, for my team, for the Alpine Sg Pipers, I'm about to get 3 points in right now.
And this is something we are definitely going to see in the books as training puzzle, because this idea, this concept of giving up the bishop on c4 to put pressure on the black king on g8 was not easy, and I'm impressed that how Ifan could find this within a span of 2 minutes.
Yeah, and she getting back in form is actually a little bit dangerous for the Triveni Continental Kings.
I mean, I'll tell you what. On paper, the Alpine Sg Pipers lineup to me is the biggest star cast here. You know, Fabiano Caruana, world number 3 at the top. Anish Giri, the Grand Swiss winner on board 2. Pragnanda, the FIDE circuit winner. Who You Fan, women world number 1. Nino Batsishvili, she's on fire here. Mendoza scoring so many points on the Prodigy board.
Yeah, and if it actually happens, we get that matchup tomorrow, we are going to see an all-Chinese battle on this board of the Superstar Women's between Hoi-Fan and Zhu Zinner.
World number 1 versus 1
number 2. Ooh la la.
Okay, so guys, here no
the needed 6 board points. Vishy's team, right now they're watching this match, Sagar. There's got to be all eyes on this one.
And it's all eyes on this game because Anish Giri does have the best chance out of all of the boards to hold his game.
Get 1 point. एक point, भाई. एक point की कीमत तुम क्या जानो? Alpine Sg Pipers. Take on B2. The D3 pawn is a D3 bishop. I called it a pawn, but it's a bit soft there.
That's because it looks like a pawn behind its own pawn. Where is the future? Where are the diagonals of this bishop? It's a big pawn in the position for white right now. Right, there is a threat. The rook under attack currently. Do you just simply snap up that B2 pawn? Is that what Arjun's looking for right now?
Maybe. And guys, I want to just introduce something, small element here. If the Alpine Sg Pipers get 5 points, then they not only tie on the match points, but also on the game points. So then we go to further tie break, which is direct encounter between the Ganges Grandmasters and the Alpine Sg Pipers. And we have to see who won between them on the 2 encounters. We never thought we will reach here.
It's one of these rules that you never want to learn because you feel they're never going to happen, but it might actually happen.
And it was the Ganges Grandmasters who won both their direct encounters against the Alpine Sg Pipers. Ganges Grandmasters taking them down 13-7 in the first one, and in the second one, 10-9.
Oh my God.
So
that means that they need 6. 5 won't.
5 doesn't make the cut. It
Yeah.
just doesn't make the cut.
Okay, guys, Arjun Erigaisi here. What's his move now? He's reaching out. He will pick up the B2 pawn. Yes, he does. No, he takes the bishop first.
He takes the bishop on D3, but generally the knight...
Oh, he takes the
E4 pawn.
He's creating an imbalance. Arjun Erigaisi is being a team player right now. He doesn't want to go into a symmetrical pawn structure. He says, better or worse, I need to keep imbalances here.
Why Ajubai is going to bring the rook here, pawn push, open the bishop.
Sagar, there's a massive threat. Wait, but okay, we can ask our chat.
Rook D8 and white is winning. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Oh, but take with the queen and make a draw. Take with the queen. Okay, by the way, this is losing
Rook
to
C1
a
check.
mate here.
Knight
E1
and chop.
Chop the knight.
E1.
And then you are a piece up. But the point here is start with rook d8, take with the queen and draw kar do bhai.
But with the white king being on g1 without having any luft for itself, it feels a bit dangerous. I want to just play h3 somehow.
I mean, this endgame still goes on, right? There's a
it does.
bishop and knight imbalance, the pawn structure, 4 versus 3, one weakness there. Something to play for.
And Anish is getting a bit fidgety. Did you see? He was looking at other games. He's like, oh, should I make a draw or not? But he's not getting good vibes because whenever you see at the big screen, you see your top board is in trouble.
All right, let's see. Let's check in with Gukesh on that top board. Speaking about Fabi being in trouble right now.
Yeah.
For Anish, it means that he'll have to be very, very careful. And Gukesh still pushing. He's got that extra pawn. He's trying to get the queens off the board.
Yeah, I think Gukesh can take here. Rook takes, take over the c file, and everything is under control for him.
But is this enough to win? You have that one extra H pawn.
I think so.
Yes.
I do think so too, because let's say you go bishop to c4 to kind of just stop that rook. Oh, and they're so nervous.
Praveen Tipseji is like, come on, guys. What is happening?
Points chahiye. We got to do this. We need only one big hit for that sixer.
And you could see Nino there putting her hand on her head. She's nervous. It's not so clear, guys, if the Alpine Sg Pipers will make it to the finals.
And the nerves, you know, Ho Yifan is the one who's going to bring the point for the team. She brings her knight in, and Harshit Bhai, Tanya, she's going to win this.
And you know what happens? When you see someone lose like this in a very brutal way, you kind of get nervous. You're like, in my board, what should I do now? I don't know if I should play for a draw. I don't know if I should play for a win to get those important 6 points. And
no, but by Ho Yifan is winning for the Alpine Sg Pipers.
Oh, that's true.
So
He's
this
crushing.
This is very good for
I
them.
mean, this is honestly honestly, the last 2 days' performance by Hu Yufan, what she did yesterday for the Alpine Sg Pipers, she was the 2 times player of the match yesterday. She was the one who sealed. It was an 8-7 victory in each one of them for the Pipers, and she was the difference maker.
Hu Yufan is definitely a key player for the Alpine Sg Pipers. Rook comes to D8.
Checkmate hone wala hai.
If you play Rook H1 here, then somehow Queen check and you trade the queens. But start with a Knight check. Deflect the queen and then play this and checkmate.
Bhai khelegi wo. 100% khelegi.
But actually, material equal hai abhi. That piece has been returned by Caruana Lagno.
Because she sacked the bishop here.
Yes. Desperation.
Yes.
She was getting checkmated. So right now, it's a full blown out all over the board attack for nothing.
Guys, do you think 97 check hoga? I think hoga.
Agar
it's
hoga,
so pretty.
to it's just honestly beauty prize.
Yeah. I mean, Hu Yufan, how many MVV prizes can we give her? She won 2 already yesterday.
And the most, the most fascinating part of this story is that Hu Yufan is not as much of an active player as she used to be.
She is not, but look at the prodigy board. Daniel Darda.
Guys, Daniel Darda hasn't tasted a win in 9 games. He's in Mumbai since last 10 days, hasn't won a single game. But today, he's like, मैं जीतेगा.
Alpine Sg Pipers must be saying, यार इतने दिन you did not win. आज ही क्यों हराना था मुझे?
आज क्यों यार? 5 draws किए हैं, आज भी draw कर लो. But Daniel Darda looks like he doesn't want any of that. He sacrificed the piece. No, it's an exchange up.
No. It's
and
2 knights for a rook.
2 knights for a rook, but a lot of pawns, Sagar.
Yes.
That's 2 extra pawns on the board, and White's king very exposed.
Yeah, I think the black queen can enter here. The d pawn is a bit weak, but somehow the white king, as you said, is exposed. It seems like black can push here.
I do think so. And he was hovering with his queen. He does go to B2, pinning the knight on C2. And I am with you guys. Black has excellent chances.
Yes, Daniel Darda doing his job for the PBG Alaskan Knights. The story continues. We see moves coming in fast and quick, Sagar. Rook C8. He's doubling down, putting pressure on that pinned knight. Currently, Rook takes knight. He's tied down White's queen and knight to just defend it.
Right. And by the way, guys,
go to Anish's board.
Go to Anish. Right now, Arjun Erigaisi is attacking Anish's queen.
I don't think Grandmaster Praveen Thipse has moved from here. It's the exact same expression that he's had for a while as he's looking out at his players. This is a team that started with 2 back-to-back losses. And they've made such a massive comeback. And it all comes down to their performance yesterday. From 5th place, they bounced to 2nd place.
And I could see Nino there. She kind of even looked away. There's so much pressure that she can't even look at the games that are going on. Rook to B8. Anish dipping below 3 minutes on his clock. Where does he go?
Have time.
He takes.
He's going to go into an endgame. Rook coming on with a check.
He sacrifices his queen to get it back. And after king to H7.
But the bar doesn't tell the full story. Black still, Arjun still has something to play for. You know, with the pawn moving forward, the B2 pawn being a weakness, the black rook being active, we might see a 4 versus 3. I think Arjun will end up winning that B2 pawn.
Could be. Oh, very smart move by Anish.
Pawn to G4,
very professional move so that when the pawn comes here, the other pawn is not easily able to come up.
Yeah.
Pushes that pawn, attacking the knight. The bishop opens up.
And then black is ready to push pawn to F5 as well at some point to get those pawns rolling down the board. I actually have a feeling this is not an easy endgame to hold.
It's not. If you try to block that bishop with knight jumping to the center of the board.
Oh, that's a great idea.
The black will give a check for here. Arjun will move in with a check. I thought this would be completely lost.
Pin.
And you pin, you'll be
somehow
forced.
knight C6 and white is surviving. But yeah, this just kind of shows that it's not easy. You know, you have to be alert to be able to hold this game with white, and you can see the intensity with which Anish is looking at the board.
Guys, we have to check in the game of Pragnananda and Dominguez, because this one could either be a draw or something decisive could happen. You can see Prag also looking at the board, looking at the screen. He's like, should I make a draw here? Should I play on? What's happening here?
And each of these players know that they need only 6 points. They've been informed. They are very aware of the team situation here. Pragnananda, he knows it's a game for 3 results here currently. Moves the rook, he's repeating.
And look at him.
This might end just about now. Can we go full screen on the players?
Prague is looking at all the other boards.
We need to go full screen. This is about to end. Prague's decision is based on how his teammates are doing. If he repeats, and we've got a result, Hu Yufan gets the win on her board against Katrina Lagno.
Yes.
And let's go back to Prague, because if Prague draws, Alpine will have 5 game points. They're just 1 game point away from reaching the finals.
Where will they get that 1 point from?
But Prag, the repetition is in his hands.
Oh, that's true.
Anish, no. That will make them reach 5. Tanya, they need 6.
One more.
But Prag is not even taking
And
that
Arjun
decision
is much
yet.
better. Look at that game.
And Praveen Tips is like, Prag, draw kar lo.
Nahi, mat karo. I don't know whether to draw or not.
Look at Arjun's board because Giri has made a mistake.
But this is a very critical moment,
that's true,
right?
that's true, yeah,
Because we'll know what Prag's mindset is here.
Yeah, that's a big moment. That's absolutely right.
Usko samajh nahi aa raha, what should I do? Should I continue to play or should I take a draw here?
Meanwhile, we have Daniel and Leon below there. I think something is going on there. But we need to wait here for a bit.
We need to see Prag's decision here. Rook moving to attack the queen. And that'll be handshakes immediately. And Prag goes for more. Prag wants more.
Prag says, who knows, at the end, my game might become the most important one. Let me continue it.
But you know, this can easily backfire. This can easily backfire. He doesn't make a draw when he could have. And now, Lanier can chop off a pawn on f2 or rook b8. He can threaten checkmate in one.
He can threaten checkmate. It's a risky decision by Prag. But bhai, it's something that Prag believes in himself. But as we discussed, no, Anish is losing to Arjun.
And that's what we were talking about, that this endgame is not as harmless as it looks. He's won that b2 pawn. It's 3 versus 2, f4 RI, e3 RI, king RI to assist those pawns.
But Tanya, Harshit. Gukesh is
completely winning.
Board 1. Huge blunder.
Fabi's blundered.
Huge blunder and Gukesh can already see the win.
He can just take bishop takes f5. Free pawn.
Bishop takes f5 is hanging here.
He should just take
He's
a free
already
pawn.
up a pawn. Jo h2 pawn ka chala gaya tha. He's about to be up 2 pawns in this position.
But you know what Fabi had to do? He had to come back king g1 and it was an equal position. He went
What's
g3
happening?
and now
He takes it. Rook takes and queen e2 check. This is what Fabi missed.
Full screen. Let's go full screen on the players right now. Fabi, you can see with that head shake, this is completely busted.
going to lose.
He's going to lose and Arjun is going to win as well. And it's possible that Ganges qualify.
Check.
Unbelievable. Plot twist pe plot twist ho raha hai yahan pe. He comes back, Fabi. And look at that, Gukesh. You can see the nerves that he's feeling right now. He can't afford to mess this up. He can't choke right now.
Rook c2 check. That's
Rook
easy.
c2. There has to be a mate in this position. You have to have a knockout.
No, it's rook c2 check.
Rook वापस आया तो bishop hanging है.
Exactly. That's
He's
the point.
The thing is, rook c2, rook f2, and look at Gukesh there. Queen e4 check is a winning strike. He goes
for the check.
finds
He's calculated it.
And rook comes back. He's just going to trade. Or does he give a check on e4?
It's so
Check,
tempting.
check de do bhai.
Bhai, it's so tempting to just take the rook and take the bishop on d7.
That's also
And
winning.
what happened here? Draw.
Ooh, that means the Alpine Sg Pipers are 1 point away
1
from
point
securing
away.
the championship
Oh
battle.
my
Draw.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back because Fabi is not getting that point in. It won't be Fabi who'll be able
Won't
to
be
do it.
Fabi. Maybe Anish can do it. He's worse, but he can maybe. And then the only option is for Leon to get it.
He has to hold.
And look at Leon. He's looking at the screen. I don't know what's happening, guys, but will Gukesh win this?
He has to win it. That
Check.
king.
Oh, only move.
Check.
Only move.
But there's a queen takes rook, queen h1, and you win the
Oh,
queen.
that's a
Has to
tough
give
one.
rook
Gukesh,
check.
will you find this tactic?
He
Is it
needs
the
to.
only? Everything else draws. Everything else, and Fabi's back in the game. Rook to c1 tactic is what Gukesh has to spot. Sagar, highlight it.
It's possible, Tanya. It's not so tough.
If
Rook
he
C1,
doesn't play this move,
Queen c1 check.
and he does it.
He plays it. Great move. Check here and now wins the queen and Gukesh is taking the game home. Fabi is going to lose this.
Gukesh, Domaraju is a genius.
Arjun is winning.
Arjun
Let's
is
go
winning.
to board 2. Board 2.
Completely winning.
Arjun is totally winning against Anish Giri.
And Alpine Sg Pipers are still 1 point short of making it to the finals.
Rook takes f2. Check. Knight is falling.
The magic on the board by Arjun Aragaisi. And
Wow.
that's it. Handshakes. Arjun Aragaisi gets the point for the PBG Alaskan Knights.
All down to the last board. Daniel Darda versus Leon.
Daniel is winning.
No, can we first finish? Can we
better.
first finish
Let's
the
finish
Caruana?
the top board because
Yeah.
this is going to finish any moment. Gukesh has
Okay.
played this brilliantly.
And Daniel Darda gets up. No,
Oh
what
my
happened?
goodness, what happened? Because this is the decider. Is it a draw? They drew.
Did
They
he-
drew.
No.
It's a
a
draw,
draw.
which is a great result, right?
Which means
Not
that
for
Alpine
Ganges.
Sg Pipers,
Get the
Ganges
6 points.
Grandmasters were rooting.
No, but the thing is, they get 6 points. There's one win by Ifan, draw by
But
Prag.
6 is what they
over.
needed.
Yes. So Alpine Sg Pipers have
They
done
go
it.
through.
Yes.
They go through. It doesn't even matter what happens on Fabiano Caruana's board anymore.
Correct. And you know what this is? The PBG Alaskan Knights are happy because they'll win the match.
Yes.
The Alpine Sg Pipers are happy because
They
they'll
have
make
qualified.
it to the finals. Oh, God.
What a moment. This is unbelievable. And for the PBG Alaskan Knights, they get a fight for third place. And for the Alpine Sg Pipers, I wonder if Fabi knows.
I don't know if they know. And you can see Praveen.
Prag is
Oh,
already-
They're like, by 6 points, but chalo, let's just enjoy this moment. Relief. That is pure relief there. And that's Nino saying, well done, Daniel, you saved that one. You got that 1 point. Praveen Tipse just confirming that, we'll be back tomorrow, center court, playing against the Triveni Continental Kings.
But look at Praveen Tipse. He's like, I can sign
Like,
quickly.
6 point ho gaye.
Game is going on still. Fabi versus Gukesh.
Guys, let's come back to this game. It's still going on. It's not over yet. Gukesh versus Fabi. Yes, the PBG, like the Alpine Warrior, Alpine SG Pipers have qualified, but this game's still on.
And they are going to qualify with
Prag. Look
one
at Prag.
board point.
Look at Prag
with
there.
one board point more than the Ganges Grandmasters is how they're making it to the finals.
And Anish is like, Prag, we are very efficient. We don't do it in anything more than what we need. Just exactly 83
Sagar,
was Ganges.
unbelievable.
Oh, Gukesh wins.
Oh, Gukesh wins.
And for Fabiano, he's got to feel the relief knowing that the team was able to secure those 6 very important game points. And the match belongs to the PBG Alaskan Knights, but the happiness is on the Alpine SG Pipers' faces.
You can see that Prag and Anish immediately went to Fabiano and said, don't worry, we made it.
And I love that. I love that team spirit that they have. Even though he lost, they wanted to reassure him that we have qualified and we are going to play tomorrow and we need you, Fabi, to do well tomorrow.
Yeah.
Unbelievable scenes there. But Gukesh, what a performance on the icon board today. One missed tactic by Fabi, and Gukesh never gave him a chance to come back, finish it off in styles. And it's going to be the Alpine SG Pipers who will edge out the Ganges Grandmaster with 1 board point. You look back at 10 days, you look at every result you've had, anything different, 1 small win here, 1 small loss there, and the Ganges Grandmasters would have been in.
You know what? Daniel Darda, if he would have continued playing, he was better. He could have actually, if he would have beaten Leon, then Alpine SG Pipers would have been out from the finals.
Daniel has to stay as far away from the Ganges Grandmasters team as possible tonight because he could have made them qualify.
And on that last position, you're completely right, Sagar. Daniel Darda was the one with the advantage for the Knights.
Look at Leon there. Leon is like, yeah, I got the 1 point, guys.
Yeah, even though he didn't win, he might very well be the most valued person, player in the team right now for saving that point that takes them through to the finals. Wow, what a finish this has been. What an end this has been by the PBG Alaskan Knights, making that last rush past right now. And for the Alpine SG Pipers, it was just about enough to cross over to the finish line.
Yeah, it smiles. I mean, I've never seen all 12 players smiling on the stage, but this is a rare exception.
We have a couple of announcements. First of all, the result of this evening's match was that PGB Alaskan Knights won by a score of 11 points to 6. And then, that means then that in tomorrow's final, in the finals, for the third place playoff will be between Ganges GMs and PGB Alaskan Knights. And that will be followed by the playoff between Triveni Continental Kings and Alpine Sg Pipers. So it seems everyone's a winner tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
Oof.
Ooh, well said by the arbiter there. Everyone's a winner tonight, but can't be said the same about the upGrad Mumba Masters and the Fyers American Gambits. They are out from tomorrow's games, 5th place to them and 6th respectively.
I'm absolutely shook with what we just saw right now.
Yeah.
The way the match is played out for the Ganges Grandmasters climbing up to 83 board points throughout the round robin, and Alpine Sg Pipers finishing it off with 84. Just a 1-point difference. I cannot get my head around it, but it is this team. It is Fabiano Caruana who will take on Alireza Firouzja for Season 3 championship here at the
Vishy
Global
versus
Chess League.
Gukesh.
Vishy versus Gukesh again.
For third place. Wow, that will be epic tomorrow, guys. And also, guys, this one today we will have a lot of action there as the crowds are going wild. You know, the players will be meeting the fans.
A lot of high fives there, a lot of celebration there. What a comeback story this has been for PBG Alaskan Knights. You know, everyone writing this team off. Gukesh finally delivering on the day that it mattered the most for his team. And I think the storyline for PBG Alaskan Knights has been that some board or the other has risen to the occasion when they've needed it.
Right, and this is the points table here. We have 15 match points for the Alpine Sg Pipers on the second place. They have reached the finals here, and we are going to break down more stuff on the other side of this break.
And the Alpine Sg Pipers there, the final moments of celebration. They lost the match, but they won the battle. 6-11, they go down to the PBG Alaskan Knights, but that was enough. That was enough to get them to the finish line, to join the Triveni Continental Kings for tomorrow's fight for championship. There you've got the top 3 boards. You've got the 3 candidates of 2026. Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri Pragnananda, all smiles with their prodigy board. Mendonça there. And what a roller coaster, nail biting of a finish that was Ketty to see them get the job done at the end.
I love to watch your commentary. I was there with the crowd and it was so much of emotions. I could hear their heart beating. But Gukesh, he did the job today alongside with Arjun. We have to shout out these 2 guys.
Yes, and Arjun and Gukesh both have beaten Fabi and Anish 2 times in both the encounters.
Yeah, what a fantastic round robin part this has been of the Global Chess League. And coming to Gukesh, you said it. Fantastic, fantastic performance there on the icon board. Takes down the world number 3 Fabi. And Arohi is there to celebrate that big win.
If win-win had a definition, this game would be it. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation of match number 30, played between the Alpine Sg Pipers and the PBG Alaskan Knights this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us is Mr. Nishant Shelat, India Sales Leader, Tech Mahindra. And the Player of the Match award goes to Gukesh Dommaraju from PBG Alaskan Knights. Gukesh, congratulations. How easy was that one move, Knight captures H2? How easy was that to spot?
Yeah, I mean, I had this, like I already saw this was in the cards when I played Queen A5 a couple of moves earlier. And luckily he didn't spot it. And usually these kind of tricks don't work, but this time I managed to calculate the lines which made it work. And after that, I kind of spoiled it around the end, but yeah, it happens in a rapid game.
But you did secure the victory even when it was pressure at the maximum level. I'm sure you got into the game even with pressure because you had all the chances to also play the finals, but now you'll be vying for the 3rd spot. I'm sure you're happy and the team is too.
I mean, happy, but considering where we were after the first 4 rounds. So considering that, it's a dream, but obviously we would have loved to play the 1st and 2nd place, but we will take this. Yeah.
Looking forward for your game tomorrow as well. All the best.
Yeah.
That is it from the final day, final game in the league stages. And this is the presentation ceremony. Back to the studio.
Excellent full board awareness there by Gukesh. Places the queen on one side of the board and the tactic on the absolute other side to pretty much wrap up, get that win against Fabiano Caruana. But what he said, I want to touch upon that, as the player of the match, that you look at their lineup. At the start of the season, you've got the world champion Gukesh, you've got Arjun on board too, Lenya, you have multiple-time women world rapid and blitz champion Katrina Lagno, Sarah Kadam, Daniel. A fight for 3rd is not what they wanted. This is not the fight they wanted to fight.
But the way in which the tournament went, I think this is the dream scenario. They won 5 matches out of their last 6 that they played. That's huge.
I think for them, they just started the tournament right in the middle when they had their first victory. Remember, guys, we were talking about that. And ever since that victory, they went all in and won a couple of matches.
It's been a roller coaster of emotions, of moves on the board, of the scoreline shifting back and forth, who's going to make it to the finals, who's not. And of course, we will take a breather and break it all down for you. We'll relive each and everything that's happened today. But first, we've got a sponsor message for you.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
And while it was not just the local fans here rooting for Gukesh's PBG Alaskan Knights, so were the Ganges Grandmasters. So was Vishy's team, because they were so close, to getting it done, to making it to the finals against the Kings tomorrow.
And I was just checking right now the final game between Leon and Daniel Darda. When the game was agreed to a draw, it was 0.7 edge to Daniel Darda in that Endgame. He could have played on.
Oops. Yeah, that's right. He could just
Three-quarters of
carry
a
on.
pawn. That's a big advantage, Ketty.
Yeah, he didn't know about that at that moment.
But you know what was surprising to me? That even if you don't know how much you're feeling it, of course you evaluate the position, even if you feel it's not that winning, given the match situation, how much PBG had to do, you just feel that you need to play it on anyway, right?
But in a way, if you think about it, PBG stands nothing to gain or lose with this draw or win. It's actually the Ganges Grandmasters who would have gained if Daniel Darda would have won. So PBG Alaskan Knights, Daniel Darda was like, okay, I don't care, I'll take a draw, my team has won.
What could have been, what should have been, but this is what it is. It is the Triveni Continental Kings and the Alpine Sg Pipers, the top two teams, highlighted right there. But take a look at that center column. Look at that. 1 point difference between the Alpine Sg Pipers and the Ganges Grandmasters. And sometimes it's really that single point that changes destinies. It's going to be a fight for third for the Ganges Grandmasters and the PBG Alaskan Knights, while the championship battle goes to Triveni Continental Kings and the Alpine Sg Pipers. The upGrad Mumba Masters has been just a heartbreak of a story. You know, they start the league, they start the round robin looking inevitable, looking unstoppable there, and then hit a wall. Crisis strikes and it just didn't stop. Bottom of the board there, the Fyers American Gambits for Hikaru's team as well. Very disappointing.
Right, and for the upGrad Mumba Masters, just look at their game points. They are at 92. They're the second highest game points, even though their match points are lower than the others, which just goes to show how well they played in the first half of the tournament.
Yeah, I don't know what really went wrong, but somehow they couldn't manage to come together after this double losses. Also, we could feel that they were not as well, like in a mood. They were not happy. Somehow I had that feeling, while Alpine Sg Pipers today during the lunch, they were together as a team. They were talking very slow, you know, like quiet, planning something.
Wow.
I saw them as a team today at the lunch even.
Well, it's been 9 days of immense action leading up to what we've got coming on tomorrow, because it really comes down to that. It's the fight for who will be. Well, first we will start the day with the fight for third place. It's Vishy Anand's Ganges Grandmasters taking on the PBG Alaskan Knights. One more time, we'll see the 5-time world champion Vishy Anand play the current reigning world champion Gukesh. I mean, that's always an emotional clash, and this time there's a lot at stake for these teams.
And look at the top there. It's the third place playoff and you have to play 2 matches. So basically it's going to be a lot of fun there for us to view 2 times the teams facing off each others with different colors.
Exactly.
And it will be just the appetizers, Ketty, because we've got the big one coming up right after this. It is the team that's looked unstoppable this entire season, Triveni Continental Kings, finishing off even the upGrad Mumba Masters in their final round. They were into the finals with a match to spare. Alireza Firuza, their icon. He's been just a giant slayer. He's been an icon slayer, and they've got their challenger in Fabiano Caruana's Alpine Sg Pipers. What a fantastic clash this one's going to be. For the Alpine Sg Pipers, a very different storyline making it to the finals.
You know what? I would not imagine any other finals, but these two teams, they really deserve to be here. And they will be, like, at this point, I have no idea who is the favorite, really, because it's another tournament tomorrow.
Exactly. Everything's wiped clean. The Triveni Continental Kings dominated the round robin, but it now all starts from square zero. You know, start fresh. It can be anyone's game tomorrow.
You know, you got to reset the stage. You got to reset that mind coming into that championship battle. But I think, Ketty, the Ganges Grandmasters, especially the upGrad Mumba Masters, they've got to be feeling the heat right now, you know. For the Masters, having this brilliant run, it always felt like they were the ones who will make it through. But this is sport, and that's what happens. You know, you've got celebrations, you've got heartbreaks, you've got last-minute turnarounds and plot twists, and that's exactly what Season 3 of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League is about. And of course, it's reset tomorrow. It's championship battle tomorrow. It's a sign-off from us tonight. Get some rest and be back right here. You wouldn't want to miss it when the Kings take on the Alpine Sg Pipers, who will be champion of Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 3. We find out tomorrow. See you then.
Bye.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise, history made by girls and boys. This is fire you can't contain, every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest, this is the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day.